Yes, audio is on. You want me to try it on? Alright, mic test, mic test. Is that working? Okay, no worries. No worries. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. No, every volume that I have is 100%. Like, there's really nothing changed. No worries. I'll mute now, okay?
Are you just letting us know who's on the live stream?
Yes, Your Honour. Mr Coleridge should be joining us imminently via Teams link. But watching on
I'm here, Your Honour.
watching on live stream, following on live stream, Mr Bowe and Ms Grubbo for the Walker Lane Robertson families, Ms Moreau for the Brown family, and Ms Balch for Constable Kirstenfeld and Sergeant Nankiville are all following proceedings on the live stream. Thank you. And we have Sergeant Bowen's back for.
Thanks, Sergeant. Morning. Mr Derrick?
Yes, thank you. Sergeant, my name is Mr. Derrick. I appear on behalf of NAJA. Before you became the OIC of the IRT, who held that position before you?
I believe the person who assumed control of it was Constable Kerry Joy. Before him, I think Henry Sattler, Sergeant Henry Sattler.
Do you know who the OIC was when they started the process of taking on that more high-risk capability?
From memory, it would have been about maybe 2012-13. It may have been Henry Sattler at that stage. Can't confirm the exact time, or 11.
And in 2014, when you took over as OIC, was the IRT just operating in the Alice Springs region at that stage?
When I started, it was called the Coordinated Containment Team. Yes, it was the Alice Springs region, incorporating all the remote stations and up to Tennant Creek, Borroloola.
Okay, so Borroloola was part of the region at that stage?
Yeah, we did attend jobs in Borroloola.
Now, your evidence yesterday was that one of the core functions of the IRT was doing things like the immediate emergency action responses and things like that.
Yeah, that's one of the core functions of the siege management strategy, but there's several moving parts to the siege management strategy, which is containing a high-risk situation. That's just one of the plans. The first plan is a containment plan, a surrender plan, and the IEA plan, and all those things work together to contain the situation, manage it.
Okay. But these kinds of enhanced capabilities, these were so that you could respond to a stronghold situation or a siege situation if there was an emergency, is that right?
That's correct. It would be to manage the situation until the arrival of TAG from Darwin.
Okay. And you mentioned the siege management strategy a moment ago. Was that developed by the National Counter-Terrorism Committee, as it was known then?
Yeah, that was it went from the ANZ to CTC, and I think it's been developed into the ANZPAR now.
Okay. And other than that, did the IRT, other than borrowing from that strategy, did the IRT have any other interaction with the National Counter-Terrorism Committee?
No, I believe that was their only role.
Okay. You can take it from me that I've reviewed the committee's plan that provides that the ADF provides specialist capabilities to civilian authorities as part of that plan. My question to you is, to your knowledge, did the ADF ever provide capabilities directly to the IRT?
No.
You also mentioned in your evidence that the IRT shooting training, you referred to it as the NCTC whole shoot. Does this mean that the IRT shooting training came from the National Counter-Terrorism Committee as well?
It was the qualification that I referred to is a qualification shoot which TRG conduct, and it does form part of the NCTC qualification shoot for participants if they want to travel interstate to participate in police tactical group training. We adapted that and just reduced the target size, considering we trained a lot less. But it was basically the same scenario, same training.
All right. And this upskilling of the IRT, part of the way you did that was by seeking training from TRG members, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And seeing that the IRT might have been responding to, say, a siege situation, you guys, the IRT needed the same skills in that respect as the TRG. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. It was the same skill set.
And that's why in your evidence, I believe you refer to the IRT high-risk response is basically the same as the TRG response. Is that right?
The tactics used to facilitate the some of the orders are exactly the same.
And seeing that you're doing maybe similar things in this particular emergency role, this is why you picked up some of the old TRG equipment. Is that right?
When that is correct. When I first arrived in 2015, the equipment was unserviceable and it was very old. So I was lucky to use my influence to be able to obtain equipment from TRG which was no longer used or just being phased out, and at no cost to the Southern Command. So it was a good, lucky situation.
And your evidence refers to the things you were able to pick up were things like helmets, ballistic vests, weapon accessories, scopes, things like that.
Yeah, that's correct.
I might take you to some text messages. It's a text message starting from line 111 up until 116, if you wouldn't mind just having a quick look. So that's 111 and down to 116.
To 16, was it? Sorry.
116, that's correct, yes.
Yes.
Okay. So it seems from that exchange there were some extra things that you had to pick up, and in this case it refers to 2,000 operational rounds that was in contemplation of being bought. So there were some extra things like that you had to pick up?
Yeah, that was referred to 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Yeah.
And from the text it seems that would have cost about $40,000.
No, it's two topics in that text.
Okay.
Zach and I worked together on a business case for providing new overvests, ballistic plates, helmets, to replace the ones which were outdated and unserviceable for the ones we had. So ballistic plates only last for 5 years.
Okay. So the $40,000 figure was that was for the entirety of that kind of gear?
That was for the business case to replace all of the equipment. The ammunition was separate. That comes from Police Armoury in Darwin.
Okay, right. So those 2,000 operational rounds, though, do you remember what weapon that might have been for?
That would have been just for the AR and the Glock.
Okay, and presumably at that stage you had the view that if you were seeking 2,000 operational rounds, there'd be a need for that many rounds. Is that right?
For training courses and continued training, correct.
All right. Now, in your evidence, you note that the TRG is a full-time role, whereas the IRT is on a part-time basis in the sense that deployments and training would happen on top of the members' other general duties. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Now, and you've previously been in the TRG yourself. Given the TRG did not have those other general duties to perform, what would they do outside of the time that they were on deployment?
They would obviously spend a lot more time training. They would also have, they had a broader scope of duties as well with search and rescue. But they also fell under the general support role, and they would fill the gap whenever needed, whether it be they performed city safe operations back then, or just evidence searches, warrants, anything really. High risk was actually was probably one of their smaller
Okay.
roles.
Even amongst the training, though, wouldn't they want to have prioritise that high risk responses while they're doing their training?
That formed the major part of their training.
And would it be fair to say then the TRG had more ability to train on those things than the IRT?
They had more ability, they had more time.
Okay. Now, in your first interview with the police in November 2019, you provide that the IRT had not been on an official high-risk job. So to clarify, is it the case that at that point in time of the interview, that at that stage the IRT had not been on an officially designated high-risk job?
Yeah, I remember, I think I gave the same evidence in the Supreme Court. What I probably meant by that, as in the official sort of process of a high-risk job, like a house siege, from having TRG recorded and having TRG arrive in the classic process of the job. But there has been, there was at least 2 jobs which were, I was classify as high risk, that became high risk, that we attended. Whether they were actually declared high risk because the situation was fluent, and I'm not 100% sure, but I can probably tell you one of the examples if you like.
Oh, that's okay. I suppose my question is, was the IRT deployed to a stronghold or a siege situation?
Not as in a high risk deployment, as far as my knowledge, no.
Okay. And just going back then, was there ever a stronghold or a siege situation in the southern region that led to the enhancement of the IRT?
I do not recall a specific incident.
There is some evidence in your second interview with the police, where I might read it out to you, but if you have it in front of you, it's page 9 of document 7007. I have a copy of this.
Oh, either way.
Yeah, you click quicker.
Yes, if you could.
Yeah. Hand it over. Page 9 of 7007, and I've got it highlighted here in letter system. So I'll just read it out for the court's benefit, and it's highlighted there, you can see. For the court's benefit, you say, yeah, it went through, I had to fight for it. Initially got inaudible, approved, and denied, but we got it through to inaudible. It was approved at Darwin level at Assistant Commissioner. Just to check, what approval were you talking about at that point?
I don't really know. Hang on. I'll have to put it in context and read some
Sure, have a look.
the rest of it. All right. So the first part of the question was there ever any? Just got questions about that. Were there any formal agreement from the commander to have the change in transition from TRG delivering the training to you guys? So that my response would be, so talking about TRG delivering the training to us. Now, I'm not 100% sure if that refers to the initial training from when we first started in 2015. I don't think we had to fight for that. It may refer to in 2000 and late 18 when we became self-training, which meant myself, I think it was Cameron Vivian at that stage, were able to conduct our own internal courses without having to have TRG come down and run the courses. So I think that's what that refers to. Yeah.
Okay. From the passage I read out and I've got highlighted there, it sounds like at one stage that approval was denied. Do you remember why it was denied?
No, I can't remember any specific hurdles in regarding that. It may have been just a process that we had to be assessed, which did happen. So then from that process being assessed, then we were approved. So it may have been just a to and fro. I'd have to probably read the whole rest of the document to put it in context.
I'll move on. I might take you back to some text messages since briefly. Still up there. If you could go to line 117, and then I'll ask you to read down to 124.
Oh, this one here.
Yep, that's the one.
Yep, 117.
Yep, down to 124.
No, sorry. Yes.
Okay, so the text messages refer to a possible deployment to Catherine.
Yes.
At that stage, is it the case that the IRT rather, was operating at across the Northern Territory at that stage, rather than just saying located to the Southern Command?
Just trying to think of the context where that might be. The only time that I recall incident in Catherine was there was some. I'm only going from memory because Catherine's not our area. I think it was some escapees who we tried to contain in Tennant Creek, and we requested that a cordon was set up or a roadblock just so we could monitor who left and stayed in town. And when we got to Tennant Creek, we found out that the cordon or the roadblock had been removed, so we had no idea. So it was a possibility that we may go to Catherine to assist. I think TRG were up there. That would be the only thing. I think it loosely fits in with the time frame as well.
Okay. So it's okay. Now, do you recall? It also refers to a deployment to Borroloola. Do you recall actually going out on either of those deployments yourself?
To Borroloola, yeah, we went there lots of times in around 2018-19 mark.
Okay. And in that series of text messages, you refer to needing the money. If you got deployed on these jobs, would you have gotten overtime or some sort of penalty rate for going out to those sorts of things?
Oh, yes. Yep.
And so that was overtime as a specific penalty?
You get overtime and you also get a TA travel allowance for camping overnight.
Okay. Now, having a look at those text messages between yourself and Mr. Rolfe, it's fair to say, isn't it, that at least part of a motivating factor to be deployed might be about these extra pays? Is that fair to say?
Oh, I think everybody likes money.
Yeah. Do you remember having conversations with other IRT members about penalty rates and
I think I speak to nearly every police officer about penalty rates and money, and it's just the nature of what we do, and yeah.
Okay. You ask in that text message, Mr. Rolfe, if he had a drug habit. Now, did you have any reason to think that he might use illicit drugs?
No.
So it was just randomly something that you asked of him?
Yeah, it was just a joke between blokes.
Okay. Now, you spoke yesterday about the difference between processes of recruitment to the IRT and the TRG and how they were different.
Yep.
With the TRG, would there be a panel approving the successful recruits?
TRG, yes.
And who would sit on that panel?
I was never part of that process, but it would be a couple of executive officers, LIC, TRG.
Now, spoken a little bit yesterday about the key attributes you were looking for in IRT members, and in the statements that you made to the police, a couple of those attributes were looking for new recruits who didn't have preconceived ideas about things. That was something that was seen as an attribute that was valuable.
Ability to learn new things.
Yep. A work ethic.
Yes.
Yep. And a military experience.
It was not desirable, but we looked at people with previous military experience.
Okay. I think yesterday though you said it was a positive because they had a lot.
They had certain things to offer.
Yes. Now, when you're looking at someone's work ethic, how would you actually judge that work ethic of an applicant? What would you look for? What would you look at?
Yeah, for sure. Well, as in any job, there's different kinds of people who perform roles. There's police officers who just turn up every day and don't, who just do the bare minimum, or and then there's other police officers who take an active role and in their work and are a bit more proactive and show a bit more enthusiasm to the role. So they were the kind of people we wanted.
So to tangibly identify those things, would you look at, say, records of arrest rates and things like that?
We didn't look at any specific arrest rates. We didn't go into the detail, but it was probably from our experience, from what we knew of the people.
Okay. All right then. You mentioned people being proactive. What does that mean in that particular context? What would a police officer do to show that they're proactive?
Proactive would be, doing overtime is one aspect that shows that we're willing to commit more time to the police to perform the role. Arrests is also a factor. If we're aware that people were, actively looking for arrests. In every patrol group, we always had certain people that would have a higher arrest rate than others. If on a quiet time or back then, which doesn't have now, they would grab a warrant list, which is encouraged for management, and they would look at warrant lists and try and find some warrant arrests to clear the backlog.
Okay. Was overzealousness ever an issue in recruits?
Overzealousness,
Yeah.
the issue
with applicants, did you ever consider someone to be seemingly overzealous and therefore less desirable?
No, overzealous wasn't really it wasn't something that was spoken about or addressed or noticed. No.
In retrospect, do you think it was something that should be kept an eye out for?
I think it's a fine line between overzealous and someone who's enthusiastic. I don't know what defines those two.
So, in a sense, you wouldn't have a metric to suggest who is overzealous and who's just otherwise hardworking.
It would just come down to our assessment of who that person is and what was in front of us.
Okay. There's some evidence in the brief that some of the IRT members were considering future positions in the TRG. Was the IRT being a stepping stone for the TRG something that you were aware of?
It wasn't anything officially, but it was something that I encouraged, and I thought it would be a good thing. It would be good for the Alice Springs station for people to want to come there and utilise the IIT to progress their careers in that area if that's what they wanted to do. I couldn't see any negatives in that area if that was suggested.
Is it possible that IIT recruits might have wanted to, say, try and impress while they're in the IIT role with the mind of going to the TRG by showing higher levels of arrests and things like that?
Well, policing, everybody wants to try and impress people to move forward, whether it be GDs, crime or anything. It's the nature. It's not in the police force, but I guess there wasn't that many opportunities to do that in IIT because while our arrest rate was quite low. So what they probably, if you wanted to demonstrate that you were, use the term TRG material if you want to, would be during training and you recognise as having very good skills. So that would probably be the main avenue, I would say.
Is it possible that the IIT members might feel incentivised to use their enhanced techniques that they learnt in the IIT to try and do an efficient and effective arrest?
No, they're two totally different things.
Now, with respect to the valuing of recruits that you can teach new things to, work ethic, military experience, were these the kinds of traits that made Mr. Rolfe a successful candidate to the IIT?
Zach was what made Zach a successful candidate was he, as I explained, he showed a good, enthusiastic work ethic. He had an outstanding record from college. Prior to that, he'd demonstrated he's willing to put his life on the line to save someone else's life, which I held that in high regard. He had good reports from supervisors, and from everything information I had, he was a very good candidate.
Okay. With former military applicants who'd served overseas, was there any consideration of the potential trauma that they might have been experiencing when recruiting to the IIT?
Recognising prior trauma through the military. It's something that I wouldn't be able to assess unless it was told to me, provided. But I have no way of assessing that. It all depends where they served and what they did. And we have psych tests for the police that's pretty rigorous.
So I might just break down that a little bit. You mentioned you didn't have that information given to you. Should that information been given to you as the OIC?
No, not at that level. It's the people that presented to me have gone through all those hoops, if you will say. So I don't need to explore those options.
All right. And you mentioned a moment ago the psych tests that you do when you first come into the police force. Given that the IIT was working in occasionally or possibly high-risk situations and maybe potentially more intense work, wouldn't it be prudent to maybe seek a further evaluation on officers going into that line of work?
No, I don't think so. I know the CAG don't do it, and for predominantly part-time section of that time, that was worthwhile.
Okay. When you were recruiting recruits or looking at recruits, would you look at their use of force records when considering their applications?
I can't recall if that was something we looked at, but the commander was on the board, and I'm sure he would have a knowledge of that and would offer some advice or recommendations regarding that aspect.
I'm going to ask about two different forms of records, and maybe the answer's the same. But would yourself or the commander look at things like disciplinary records?
All those things are taken into account, yes.
Would it also include complaints lodged against those officers?
Those things would be taken into account.
Okay. But it sounds like potentially you weren't privy to that. It was more maybe the commander, is that right?
Yeah, at our level, I don't have a whole lot of information what is on in individual people. If they've been investigated, it's not common knowledge generally.
In retrospect, as the OIC, when you're recruiting, should you have been given that information so you've got a holistic view of that recruit?
Well, the high-ranking officer at the time, he has that information. That's why he's there.
In your evidence yesterday, you were talking a little, or there was talk about people's reputations and things like that, and whether or not to be stood down and all those kinds of things. One stage you said, we have reps for people who have higher arrest rates than others, and it go hand in hand quite often. So is it your view that the more arrests an officer does, the more complaints they will have?
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario or subject, and from what I've seen with my role, and it goes against, I suppose, what I said before about some people who don't have a low arrest rate and do the bare minimum to the people that go out and look for arrests. And for instance, if you are looking at going after people on those arrest warrants, they're generally people that don't want to be arrested. That's why they're on a warrant. So any use of force is likely to increase on those particular instances.
And that, by logic, you'd agree, well, you're implying that would mean complaints would follow that. Is that right?
Yeah, complaints would follow, and it was an unfortunate situation that it often would be detrimental to their career or their future promotions, because they would say, look at all these useful forces you've got. You go, well, he's a diligent guy who's doing his job and someone else has nothing. And that has happened. I've had my people in my patrol group, outstanding people who try the hardest to achieve basically what the department wants, but at the end of the day, they can get criticised for it.
Oh, okay. Appreciating what you're saying, is it though, you'd agree though sometimes lots of complaints might mean that an officer is actually doing something in the wrong way? Or
You'd have to look at the case, like that example I just gave, is a perfect example. You'd have to look at case by case, and each use of force is different.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's definitely a case by case.
Okay. And so in your role of the OIC, if you saw someone with a lot of complaints, would you look at the case by case? Would you do a case by case breakdown if you saw someone with a lot of complaints?
I wouldn't really have knowledge of a lot of their complaints. Because my understanding of the process is it's a process where you're told you're not meant to discuss it, and unless the outcome of the findings is the findings are told. But we only find out about it if there's a punishment been issued, and you go, oh well, that was from that.
Appreciating that it is confidential, do you think though, in retrospect, with people who are actually in the team as opposed to future potential applicants, do you think though that information about the complaints would be beneficial if the OIC saw that?
All information, or most of you can get, is always going to be beneficial. Whether it's relevant or not to that position is another thing.
Okay. You mentioned yesterday in your evidence that you would look at, when recruiting, you'd look at the officer personally and you'd see their positive qualities and then choose on that basis. Did you ever actively consider negative traits, like think about some negative traits that might counter that positive? Like,
A negative trait. Yeah, I guess with any applicant, you look at positives and negatives. That's how we assess them. Did you want me to explain some of the negatives?
I suppose, yeah. What would you look as a negative aspect?
A negative would be a member who was just did the bare minimum and didn't really show much interest in what they were applying for, and just.
So essentially, you were looking for the opposite of the positive attributes.
The opposite to.
No, you were saying before that people being proactive, putting their hands up was positive. So you were.
Yeah, to someone who was displaying a minimalistic approach to policing, and didn't seem to be like that was what they enthusiastic to that area, or they in previous jobs had demonstrated qualities which we didn't seem desirable.
I'll go to the training of the IRT. Now, something that's come up a bit in this inquest so far is the mantra, edge weapon equals gun. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes.
And just so we're on the same page, would you agree that it means the following? That there is a need to draw a weapon on sighting an edge weapon because the response time is compromised. Is that your understanding of what that phrase really means?
It's not sight. It's not that simple.
Okay.
Time and distance. For instance, if someone had an edge weapon at the door over there, I've got a lot of officers ahead of me. But if someone's close to me, then you need to look at your tactical options very quickly.
Okay. That phrase, edge weapon equals gun, was that something that you ever received in your own personal training when you were a police officer?
That was the that was SOS training basically, but that was a phrase, but it was also developed in tactical training as well.
Okay. Is that something that your IRT training touched on?
The defensive tactics was something that they were all trained in general policing. That was a known skill.
Yep.
We didn't develop any more than that.
So it was already dealt with?
It was already dealt with.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. All right then. Now, yesterday you mentioned that there were some techniques that Mr. Rolfe was able to show you, like some close quarter tactics, I think, something to that effect. Those kinds of things that he was able to show you for training purposes and things like that, just to close the loop, would you then go on and use that and train the other IAT members in what Mr. Rolfe was showing you?
No, that didn't change from what our doctrine or what we taught.
Okay.
Because that's those skills are transferred from TRG, and that's what we get tested in. So.
Okay, so what Mr. Rolfe showed you was more for your own information, is that right? Rather than for the.
It was just exploring different ideas which exist out there, and just showing what other ways to do it, and just brainstorm, I guess, or just exploring different things.
Yeah. In that brainstorming, though, was the rest of the IRT members involved in that?
There was about probably. I'm only referring to one instance that I can remember, and I think it was about 5 of us there or something. It was a very small demonstration, and it was, it really wasn't noteworthy.
Okay. I'm going to talk to you a little bit, just very briefly, about that Malcolm Ryder incident that we were talking about yesterday. So that was the incident with the...
the domestic...
Yes. And your evidence of your understanding of that incident at the time, correct me if I'm wrong, but you understood at the time that the incident involved an aggressive man, there was a phone thrown, it was in the context of the domestic violence issue, and people got pepper sprayed. Is that basically what you understood of the incident at that point in time?
Yeah, it was like I think it was just a chaotic sort of situation that developed pretty quickly out of nothing, I think, from memory.
Yeah. And so you mentioned that you did speak to Mr. Rolfe at some stage about that. Do you recall ever speaking to any other officers about that same incident?
Not really. No, I don't think I did.
So was it just Mr. Rolfe that...
I'm just trying to think who was actually there. There was... I don't think I spoke to the others. Yeah.
So
I didn't
was
have a
it-
chance to. Yeah.
Yeah, so your source of your understanding of that particular incident, was it solely Mr. Rolfe?
At that stage, it was. I think there was another member. I think that I spoke to that was gave me a sort of similar version of events.
Reasonably consistent with what Mr. Rolfe had told you?
Yeah.
All right. Now, yesterday you were talking a little bit about standing officers down, and your evidence was that standing someone down would be really the decision of a higher ranking officer. Is that right?
It would be in consultation with
yourself?
a higher ranking officer.
Oh, okay. It seems like, from what was put to you yesterday, it seems like you might be somewhat reluctant to stand someone down on your own initiative or solely. Is there really a serious downside from stepping an officer down from IRT duties?
Well, Your Honour, just before that question is answered, perhaps it should be asked of this witness whether he even has the power to stand someone down.
Isn't it the case under the standing operating procedures that you have the power to do so?
I'd have to refer to that.
In any case, when you're in consultation with a commanding officer or a higher ranking officer, obviously you'd be putting in your own views to that commander. What is the actual downside for standing someone down?
The downside to the member involved?
Generally, in any way?
I guess downside to anybody if there's to down from anything is feeling of failure or sadness. But it's something I probably couldn't explain in too much detail.
Okay, fair enough in your answer. But ultimately, if there's some serious allegations, even though they are allegations, surely there'd be a time where it'd be prudent to stand someone down, the benefit of the safety of the community.
I think that the talking about look at those things again. Probably where my authority would probably come into is if we were on a job and something, and I was watching an officer and his tactics and he wasn't performing to the role. That was where I'd probably say, come on, we need to have a talk or pack your gear up and we'll speak to the boss. That was probably more of a performance orientated thing than any of the external situations which really are part of what I do.
Okay.
More like the performance, I guess, within the section. That's probably where I would come into it, but
That's how you might have come into it.
yeah.
But if a commander came to you and said, we've got a number of allegations against this officer, and you were asked for your opinion about in that situation, in that consultation process, surely the risk, if the allegations are showing some level of risk to the community, surely there's a point where you'd have to say,
Oh, for sure.
it's easy enough to stand this person down.
If a commander come up to me and said, this presented some things to me, he probably wouldn't be asking my opinion. He'd be telling me what's going to happen. You may ask me, does this seem true, or do you think this is what's your opinion on this? Depending on the nature of it, it might be a minor thing, or maybe a serious thing. But at the end of the day, I'm a sergeant.
What would you consider something serious enough, just as an allegation, to make you think, oh yeah, actually maybe this person should be stood down while this is investigated?
That's just a question for open-ended
It
examples.
is. I don't think it's helpful, really.
Okay, I'll move on.
He's never been in that situation.
Okay, that's okay. All right. Going to yesterday, you gave some evidence about the IRT being deployed in remote communities. You mentioned that there were a lot of deployment to remote communities. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
Do you have a sense of what the percentage of the deployments might have been to remote communities?
Our general response, basically, I'd say a very large proportion to, very large portion. There was some which were search and rescues. We did some, for instance, search and rescues. There was when we arrested a murderer at Tea Tree. That wasn't really an Aboriginal related thing. And then there was the detention centre, Alice Springs, which we contained. So there were certain other things, but predominantly they were in Indigenous communities.
Okay. Now, so predominantly it was in Aboriginal communities. Yesterday you spoke about bias training. Is that training that all officers undertake?
Yeah, I believe it was a standard thing a couple of years ago.
And that's the same thing as the cultural awareness training that officers do?
No, I really couldn't answer that. I can't recall.
Okay. But those officers, at least with, I suppose, the bias training, that would be open to all officers, regardless of whether or not they're stationed in an urban setting or a remote setting, would undertake that training. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was a across the board training from memory, mandatory training from memory.
And seeing that the IRT was going to go to communities so often, though, wouldn't it stand to reason that IRT officers might require additional and more specific cultural training and knowledge?
General duties go to all the communities probably more often than we go to.
But you mentioned yesterday a deployment out at Docker, where you were finding a target in the community. Surely cultural knowledge and understanding might assist in developing ways to better communicate with the community, maybe help try and track someone down.
Oh, I agree. Or any form of training for everybody is important and better. But IRT in that role going to the communities was actually quite less than your average GD's police officer.
Now, but they did ultimately go out there to remote communities a lot. Given this and the fact that it was on top of their full-time roles and it necessarily involved maybe travel and overnight stays and things like that, what did you do to ensure that officers wouldn't become fatigued, exhausted, burnt out?
They basically, I think there's even conversations where they would give me a running sheet or an update on the hours they perform. But they'd self-regulate a lot. I think there's an example I can give you in Borroloola where, they work some extremely long hours, they hit the ground running and they manage their own fatigue breaks. They said, right, we're going to have a rest for an hour, then come back out and do some more patrols. So that was the beauty of the section. They were self-reliant and they can make their own decisions regarding fatigue.
Okay. So generally they're self-reporting. Did you ever actively inquire with officers about their level of exhaustion or anything like that?
Yeah, they would report back to me basically.
They would report to you, but would you specifically go to someone and say, hey, seem exhausted?
Oh, on a one-on-one. No, not generally. It's, I think I'll keep comparing IoT to Alice Springs general duties. If, the fatigue levels and the shift work that he's done is at an extreme level, and it's not uncommon for 14, 15 shifts straight and doing overtime. So it's an issue for the whole police force. So it's also an issue. We did do some long hours, and we try to manage that fatigue ourselves.
Would you agree that the level of exhaustion, increased level of exhaustion, might increase the risk of injury and compromised decision making?
I think it's a fact, isn't it?
And in which case, I know you're mentioning that it's an issue for the whole police force, but given that the IRT is potentially going into some high-risk situations and maybe potentially doing more intense work, isn't there sort of a greater need to make sure that these officers weren't exhausted or things like that?
They were generally, when we sent them out, they were not exhausted. They were ready to go and fresh. So, and each job is absolutely individual. So, pretty hard comment to.
Were you ever worried that someone might under-report or if you feel the pressure to under-report to keep up with the rest of the team?
But it's a bit hard because we know what they were doing. We know how long they're going to be out there, and like I know when they went out there, I know when they came back, and
So definitely you can see their hours, but the personal toll it's taking on them.
I can't see that from where I am. I did travel with them on most of the jobs, so I saw how they operated, and like I said, they're general response police officers in their normal time, and fatigue management was something they could address there and was addressed within the police force.
In your first interview with the police, there's talk about the use of the blue uniform, and you said on an IRT deployment it's about basically half and half. Does that mean the other half of the time was in camouflage gear? Is that right?
Some of the jobs were camouflage gear. I know it's a contentious issue, the camouflage uniform. In my opinion, I liked wearing the camouflage, having the IRT wear the camouflage uniform. I know lots of people don't agree with that, but I can offer some reasons why if you want to. But
That's okay. Yeah. Just in your previous evidence, you did say it was basically half and half of the time the IRT was deployed to use.
it was very job dependent. If it was needed for concealment and as part of the tactics, camouflage uniform was definitely used. Other than that, it wasn't, because during the briefing process with the superintendent or senior sergeant who was requesting us, and they would put limitations on what we would wear, and what equipment we would take.
Okay, fair enough that it is job dependent and the officers might tell you what to do and things like that. But would it be fair overall to say that, given that, as it turns out, half the time it was camouflage, half the time?
No, it was probably more blues than.
Would it be different specifically in the context of remote communities? As in, like, with the proportion grow if we were in remote communities?
We've worn camouflage at remote communities, like I said, when it was specific to the task. But generally, it was blues.
Yeah, okay.
It was the request of the through the briefing with the superintendent.
Okay, but my question, I suppose, is, in remote communities, was it more likely than, say, an urban setting that you'd use camouflage kit?
Yeah, well, there's two scenarios. If we had to do a cordon in an urban scenario, we'd definitely wear camouflage because of the level of risk. Mainly because these things, shine a torch on it, you get seen. And obviously, camouflage uniforms in remote communities, they're in a bush environment. You travel 20 metres and you're in the bush, and that's where your concealment comes in.
Okay. Now, you've given evidence to say that when IRTs out in remote communities, they should take their full kit, and that would presumably include the AR-15s and things like that. Is that correct?
It wasn't just specific Aboriginal communities, it was everywhere.
Sure. Okay. In which case, fair enough. Then, in which case, if the officers were taking the AR-15s out with them on deployment, would that mean that they would actually have them in the field as well?
It was the decision they would make. At that stage, and I can be corrected, the AR-15 was a general duties weapon, as was the shotgun.
Yeah.
And it wasn't uncommon for general duties to take them out on shifts.
Okay.
Mainly the shotgun.
Yeah.
So
And it was up to the officer's own discretion about whether or not they'd be carrying around.
at that stage, correct.
Yeah. Okay. So
Oh,
there
as in the GDs. Well,
I'm probably more thinking about IRT.
in my training, I always train them to be prepared for any situation. This is part of the, I guess, my tactical background, and to be prepared for a situation which may occur.
Yeah. So that might include situations where you'd have the AR-15 in the field with you.
On some occasions,
And there was no particular rule about that. It was all discretionary.
it was risk dependent on the situation. It wasn't that common that we walked around with them. We did it in Alice Springs as well, on certain jobs.
No worries. Almost finished. Just take you back to text messages. You turn to line 337. Here's a text message that we went to yesterday. Sorry, 337. So it's one we spent time on yesterday.
Yes.
Appreciating that you don't recall sending that text message, do you know why you might have used that language with Mr. Rolfe?
No, I have no. I have no knowledge. It's been conflicting with me since I was told that in 22, just before the trial. That was when I was first noted. It's conflicting on because it's language I don't use. I don't like the word. I don't use it, and I would never use it to a junior member. I have to accept that it's there, but I can't.
When you found out of it, well, when it was brought to your attention in 2022, did you undertake any further training or anything like that, given that you were made aware of this?
No, I hadn't. The message was sent in July 2019. I was advised, and it was, I think it was discovered 6 months or halfway through 2020. I hadn't been advised or anything about that message until 2022. So I hadn't received anything, I hadn't been advised. First person that told me about it was Dr. Freckle.
Okay. Other than Dr. Freckle, did anyone in the police hierarchy bring this to your attention in any stage then or after?
No. Oh, sorry. I received a over the phone disciplinary remedial advice or.
And a part of that, were you asked to attend any training or take any steps to rectify the situation or make sure it doesn't happen again? All right. Now, you say that this, you're surprised to see this, but are you suggesting that this is the first time that you've used this kind of language with another officer?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. If you couldn't remember sending that to Mr. Rolfe, isn't it possible that you might have used this word with other officers?
Your Honour, I've got to object to that question. How long is a piece of string?
Well, he has said it's the first time that he has used that language. I guess I think he can be asked if he's forgotten this time, it's possible that he's forgotten other times.
Yes, is that?
Yeah, it's not worth the words I say. It's part of language that I really don't like, and that's it's all I can say is I don't use that language.
Okay. Now, in that same text message, focusing more on the latter half of that text, you use the phrase "go after." Sorry, I'm just bringing it back up so I don't misquote it. You say those people aren't used to going after them.
To people going after him.
Yeah, to people going after me. Sorry, excuse me, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you mean by that part, going after them?
I've tried to bring my mind back to this conversation more times than I'd like to admit. I've tried to make sense of it. They were talking about bush cops who wouldn't been able to chase them. That's how I thought the conversation was going. We were talking about bush cops not being able to chase Indigenous.
Yeah.
That's why that line does not make any sense to me.
Yeah. Well, couldn't it not be possible that going after them connotes a real sense of a real pursuit then of those persons?
That definitely could be perceived from that.
Beyond what they would receive from regular community station police?
Yes.
Okay. And wouldn't that suggest that the IRT might be more forceful in their pursuit of targets?
Not forceful. It falls in line with what my primary tactics are for the section, which were covert and overt. It falls within the overt category where, and it can be demonstrated from a job we did in Borroloola, and I think that was the one where we engaged with the community and we just conducted constant interaction with the community, door knocks, trying to find an offender, and it was an overt patrol, and it's designed to flush out the offender, and it's designed for two things: for the person to give themselves up, or the family to give them up, which in this case the family helped us considerably, and the other option is if they run, because IRT we were fit, and Zach was an extremely good runner.
Would you suggest then, in given the fitness and whatnot, IRT might be a bit more relentless in their pursuit?
We would chase them, yes.
Okay. Last line of question. Yesterday, when Council Assisting Mr. Coldridge was talking to you about the possibility of standing Mr. Rolfe down, and he mentioned 6 allegations, or 4 allegations and 2 findings that are now known against Mr. Rolfe. In your answer to the question about whether or not he should have been stepped down, you said, "I dare say if we did the same thing with every person in the police force, they may even be in a similar position." Did you mean that there would be a lot of other police officers in the force with similar allegations against them?
What I was probably referring to is if the level of scrutiny was applied to other people within the police force in very similar situations, we'd be in the same situations of information being presented to them.
Okay. So there was potentially nothing particularly unique about Mr. Rolfe's situation?
Anything unique about it is the extent that everything's been stacked up in one big pile.
Right. Okay. Right, that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Yes. Mr McMahon, are you ready to proceed or do you want to have a short break?
In your hands, Your Honour.
I'm happy to continue for another 20 minutes if that's okay, and then we'll take a 4-minute break.
My name's McMahon and I for the Foreign Food Committee of the NGU, which is a justice committee for the people of the UK. Have you heard of that? My client? You haven't heard of my client?
Not before now.
Just some quick questions about camouflage for a moment. It's obvious some jobs require camouflage gear when police wear them or IRT wear them.
Correct.
However, you said a minute ago, and you've also said it in your statements, that some people find the question of wearing camouflage gear contentious.
Yes.
You're about to offer an explanation for that. What do you mean by some people finding it contentious? Putting aside the obvious, where you're doing a bush job and you have to use camouflage to do the job.
It's, I guess it goes along the lines of perceived military section. And my reasons for the camouflage uniform is it just expands our opportunities to respond to different situations. And working in a bush environment, which most of the communities are, if, for instance, we were looking for somebody and that person would then run completely into the bush, then we would be in a position straight away to react and cordon and or locate that person without being seen. The blue uniforms are...
So it's simply that it makes you more adaptable on
Yeah,
some
that's
situations.
a much better way.
On the other hand, you recognise that it's a valid argument that people who see camouflage uniformed officers do perceive that to be a military kind of impression that comes at them when they see men walking around with camouflage gear.
It's an impression which can be perceived, but it's something that we really hope that we would change.
And you'd agree that if people were carrying, for instance, AR-15s, that would increase that impression?
In conjunction with wearing that uniform, that
Yes.
would be an impression.
For sure. Now, yesterday you spoke of the fact that in IRT recruitment, previous military experience was desirable because some of those people use the same weapons and some of the same tactics.
Yes.
Now, one of the factors that you mentioned, apart from using cam paint, which is painting the face, correct? Camouflage paint, painting the face, that's what you're talking about there?
I don't know if I mentioned the paint in the face, but
You didn't use the word paint, but you talked about cam.
Cam.
And I took you to mean putting cam paint
camouflage apparel.
Yeah, but in terms of bushcraft,
Yep.
you also mean camouflage paint on the face, don't you?
That
Don't you
can
do that
form it, or you can use it, or you can not. Or you put out. We sometimes have a what they call a cloth that you can put over your face because your face is a shiny object and stands out.
Yep. You spoke of footcraft. Can you just explain what footcraft is?
Footcraft.
Craft or bush?
Bushcraft.
Pardon me, I thought you said footcraft.
No, bushcraft.
And in terms of other military tactics that you find useful in terms of recruiting people to IRT, can you identify any other military tactics?
Military tactics are quite different from policing, and I think their rules of engagement are different, and their tactics, as I mentioned, are different. So I have been exposed to slight military. Those things are obviously not what are needed, but the side tactics or the side skills, obviously with the cam and the concealment, the degree of weapon handling, the confidence, the discipline, and being able to retain calmness in situations. So, that's what I've seen from people in the military. I've had a fair bit of experience with my 23 years. People who have come from the military, and they do seem to be a level-headed individuals.
You've spoken in a number of contexts both in the statements that you made and yesterday in evidence, about having a lot of responsibilities when you were effectively running the IRT, as well as being, as I understood it, a sergeant at all relevant times at Ellesby Station.
Yeah, at any time I was either a sergeant or senior sergeant.
Are you a senior sergeant now?
No,
You were a senior sergeant, but you're not one now.
I was acting in the role of senior sergeant. I would act between shift sergeant and then watch commander,
Fine.
which is a senior sergeant role.
So, and you spoke about doing a whole lot of extra work, such as working on training for IRT rosters, weapons acquisition, and so on.
Correct.
And personally, you do a lot of the training of the IRT members.
Yes, correct.
Now, just incidentally, a lot of that, as I understood it, you said was working on your own time.
There was a lot of my own time based in.
So when you say that, do you mean that you were being unpaid? Was that voluntary work?
Yeah, I would stay back after shift or come in and do some extra work.
So you're doing a lot, apart from a full-time job as a sergeant, and we've had a lot of evidence in this court about what that means and the responsibilities you carry. And yesterday you in fact said it's pretty much centre of police force, one of the most important jobs in the police force. You agree with that, obviously? Yes?
Yes, sorry, yes.
And on top of that, you were doing all of this IRT voluntary work after hours, all the preparation work.
Not all of it after hours. I would incorporate it into my shift as well, as much as I could. But in some cases, I stayed back and unpaid, stayed longer to do.
I'm not being critical, but the impression you gave was that apart from your shift and apart from what you could do within the shift, you also had a lot of extra time. You also spent a lot of extra time doing this IRT work.
Yeah, it was. There was a lot of extra time. I can't put an hour base on it, but every day you might, you could stay longer and do paperwork, or you would go through the kit and weapon inspections and things like that.
And one of the effects of that, it seemed from what you said yesterday, that by 2019 you were getting tired.
I was getting tired of the how it was continually being operated, and yeah, I think at that stage I'd hurt my arm, and the break was actually, I was quite enjoying the break away from.
Well, you were operating it. What do you mean by you were getting tired of how it was being continually operated?
Being part time and the restraints of having to do everything at a part time basis.
I'll come to this in a moment, but that whole notion of being part-time for such serious work is really just a fundamental clash, isn't it?
Clash in.
The idea that one can be trained and maintain sufficient skill levels to do IEA work, for instance, on a part-time basis.
It's challenging.
Completely unsatisfactory, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely challenging because our whole training was for that. Our primary function, core function, was to respond to high risk incidents, and like I said, it was a thing that happened, but we still had to train for it.
In the last couple of years before the killing of Kumanjayi Walker, you didn't actually have to respond to any high risk incidents. Is that correct?
Well, I would say that's incorrect.
Okay.
We did respond to a couple of jobs which, if assessed correctly, would have been high risk. But we...
when you were sent to the jobs, had they been classified as high risk at the moment that you were sent to?
When I first got the call on one of them, when we arrested Mr. Valinsky for murder.
Okay, so to cut it short, there was a little bit of that. At most, there was a little bit of being called to high risk jobs.
As I explained earlier, not in the classic role of a high-risk job where you have a tactical commander, you have the siege, you have the cordon. Tactical jobs can be anything, and for instance, the one example I gave you, he was a murderer on the loose in the teacher area, non-Aboriginal. So it was totally a different scenario, which is what the section was there for to do.
you spoke about, yesterday you spoke about writing some memos to, which on the face of it were requesting things. Just let me get to the point. On the face of it, requesting things such as extra gear and so on.
Correct.
But you said there was another purpose for some of these memos, and you said they're also to open a line of communication with the executive to tell them who we are, what we do, and what they can expect of us. Because quite often it was a case where they wouldn't know.
That's correct.
They gave that evidence yesterday. So you said I tried to get them involved in the section which those memos talk about. Follow?
That's correct.
Okay, so to strip that back a bit, you were saying that you were worried command, your superiors didn't really know enough about the IRT. That's what you're saying, Peter?
Some of them did, some of them didn't. Yes, correct.
And you appreciate that's a strange sounding state of affairs, that a unit commissioned to do the kind of dangerous work that IRT is meant to be able to do, such as a high-risk operation, could be functioning out of the Alice Springs police station, and yet you, as the officer in charge of that unit, are aware that some of your superiors simply don't know enough about what you do and your capacity and who you are.
Yes,
That must have been worrying for you.
yes, that's why I was trying to inform them the best I could of what was going on.
I just want to quickly contrast the and draw together various strands of evidence that have been given about the training. Is there something wrong?
Sorry?
Is there something wrong?
No, sorry.
Just talk about the training between TRG and IRT for a moment. You've been asked numerous questions about it, so I'm just trying to consolidate it. It's clear that the TRG training is quite intense, and at one point you mentioned that it goes for perhaps 6 months or so of training, and it's reinforced on a weekly to daily basis.
Yeah, when you first join TRG, you've got to do your core training, which incorporates CQT, which I think is a 6-week course. Then you've got patrol course, which is your bush tactics. So I think that's 4 weeks.
So we've got some evidence, sorry to cut you off, we've got some evidence from other witnesses about some of that TRG training.
It's a horrible stuff.
And the point I'm really extracting from you is that whether it's 5 or 6 months, I'm not interested, but the point is it's a lot of months and it's a lot of intensive training, right?
Correct.
And prior to doing that training, is there an arduous selection course in the way that, for instance, there is for some other elite units?
Yes, there is. The course has changed over the years. When I did it, it was a 3-day course, a 3-day sort of quite intense course. I think it has been filtered down a bit to 1 or 2 days, mainly because it nearly killed a couple of people.
Mainly because what?
It nearly killed a couple of people.
It nearly killed or did kill?
Yeah. Well, I got into a induced coma from my 3-day assessment.
Yeah. So it's hard work then?
It was very heat intensive.
And you would know that from other units around Australia, sometimes in the training program, officers died during the training. Yeah,
the army, especially the territory.
Yeah. And the fact that the training is so intense for 5 to 6 months, I take it from that part of the ongoing assessment is built into that training. That is to say, people who don't measure up on, say, 6 weeks of close combat training or 4 weeks in something else, they get weeded out of the unit.
They're constantly being assessed. I know the situation is a little bit different now, but that was back how it was back then.
Yeah, and that's not unique to TRG. It's part of the way elite units operate generally, isn't it?
It's being under scrutiny.
Constant assessment.
Yep.
Under high pressure, and people being weeded out for various reasons. Correct?
Yes, correct.
It seems obvious that that wasn't really the way the IRT operated.
We conducted a 2-week course, which taught the basic skills at a lower level in TRG because our requirements are lower. Even though the skills set is the same, we are not performing that role constantly as they are.
But when you say the skill set's the same, that can't actually be right, can it? What you mean is the kinds of skills that were being developed belong to the same group of skills, but a week of green training in IRT level obviously is not the same level of skill as 6 weeks of green training at a TRG level.
Probably what I should meant to say, that we're learning the same things, but we're not at the high of their skill set.
Just not learning
That
them as
makes
well.
Yeah, they are a higher trained role.
And yet at the same time, you're being asked and making yourself available to do intensely difficult tasks such as high-risk incidents or
On the occasion, if a
IEAs.
high-risk incident occurred correctly, that's what we would perform that role.
but in fact with far less training.
Yeah, but far more training than general duties officer.
Sure. Well, when you say far more training, that's not accurate either, is it? I mean, you've got a 2-week course, 1 week in green skills, that's bush, right?
Correct.
And 1 week in black, which is essentially building skill around buildings.
Yeah, and siege management. Yes,
So that's, when you say 1 week, you mean 5 days or 7 days?
that was 5 days.
Yeah, so it's 5 days extra training in each of those areas.
Mhm.
And then on a rostered basis, I understood you to say that the roster is a 35-day roster, 5 weeks.
Yep.
So it's 1 day every 35 days.
Correct.
Extra training.
Yep.
But of those 1 day's extra 35 days, that's if they turned up on that day of training, correct?
Correct.
Because the fact is they didn't all turn up for various reasons, rostering or other reasons.
Correct.
So it's a little bit more training than general duties, but you'd agree that it's far less training than TRG.
Correct.
Um,
But with little more than GDs, but the things which we were taught were essential to perform that role, and could not be replaced by general duties officer, or not safely replaced anyway.
Well, we're not going to, one could debate whether having a little bit of extra knowledge on close quarter combat training and thinking you can go into a siege situation and bust it open makes it more dangerous than not going in at all. That's a reality, isn't it?
It's
Or to put another way, being undertrained for a dangerous job is not a good situation.
correct. And that was the whole reason for the IEA, because the process before that was just for general duties to deal with it. And yeah, that was identified as a huge risk to the members and the department. And
Conceptually, it makes sense, doesn't it, to train people up, a specialist unit to do those dangerous tasks.
Correct.
So they've got more skills than other people. But conceptually, you'd agree that it also presents a real danger to police and the community. People aren't sufficiently trained to do those dangerous tasks.
at that core function, we're talking about our whole training is for our core function, which is a 1% core function.
Yeah.
It doesn't apply to any other policing that we do.
Yeah, you've made that clear.
I might just take the morning tea adjournment, if that's okay, Mr. Mark.
Stand. Right, we'll just stand right here, adjourn. Coronial Court is now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr. McMahon.
Thank you, Ron. Sergeant, just looking at this question of recruitment for a moment to the IRT, as I understand it, you've got a process where you put out an invitation by email and people respond by email.
That's correct.
And then there was a review application of the, there was a review of the applications which came in.
That's correct.
You with another person, probably Commander Curry, more often than not.
Yes, correct.
Were there also personal interviews?
There was I don't believe there was a personal interview. No.
It was done on the papers, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then you said about this process that in your first interview at page 9, you said that you were looking at things like personality, work ethic, professionalism, keenness, and you said that's how we made our decisions. I think it gives us a bit of an edge on TRG where we're a bit more personal on who we choose.
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm going to suggest to you that's a bit of nonsense, really. Do you want to change that answer before I go through that process?
No, I can explain it if you
All
like.
right. You un-
Sorry?
Do you appreciate that there's a body of knowledge built up by experts over years as to how to properly select people for elite units and dangerous tasks?
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
And you were part of that when you spent 10 years in the TRG,
Correct.
and you were part of that process of observing people and weeding them out over months of arduous training, weren't you? We would report back on people's performance, but it was always the higher ranking officers who would decide what's going on. But it's a process with any organisation, I'd say. But yes. I mean, wouldn't you agree that when you're asking men to go and do these highly dangerous tasks, they have to work as a team together, right? They
Definitely.
have to trust each other completely. Their lives are in the hands of their colleagues, right?
Yes.
And so the reason you have these careful selection processes is so that you can weed out people who won't cope under pressure, right?
I would suggest that's more than everyday policing in a patrol group or anything. We work in a team and rely on each other for our lives.
Let's
every
not
day.
get distracted with irrelevant answers, right?
Probably
We're
just-
talking about elite units, specialist units, IRT, TRG, that kind of work. Follow?
I
And
do.
you very well know that's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, all I'm saying is the similarities between that and the police are general duties is very similar. But yes, I agree with you.
Right, I'm not going to debate you about that. Simply to point out that you may be aware or you may not be aware that some of the parties in this inquest will be making submissions to the coroner about the abject failure of the police force to deal with such problems within it, such as people who are either racist or who are violent or have failed to make good decisions. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So we're not talking about general duties and what goes with that. We're talking about specialist training for specialist jobs,
Yes,
such as high-risk incidents,
yes,
where lots of lives could be at risk.
yes. Yep.
And in the process of selecting people for that kind of work, you want to weed out people who don't cope with the dangerous situations. It's just obvious, isn't it?
Correct.
You want to weed out people who will panic under pressure, correct?
Correct.
You sound hesitant. Do you want to be next to somebody in a dangerous situation who's going to panic under pressure?
No, I'm not hesitant. I'm just thinking about your answers. Correct.
You want to weed out people who will overreact, react badly when they're under pressure, correct?
They're all considerations. Yep.
They're more than considerations, aren't they? If you've got a person in a team doing extremely dangerous jobs, which most people are not trained for, and you identify them as someone who panics under pressure, who makes bad decisions under pressure, who overreacts under pressure, they're not just a consideration, is it? They're going to be removed from the task, removed from the team.
Yeah, that's correct.
People who shoot when they shouldn't shoot, Agreed? If someone is shooting when they shouldn't be shooting, that's not the sort of person you want on your team.
Well, anyway, that's correct.
And it's for that reason that units such as the TRG, which is the one we're focused on, but other units as well, which you would know, like SAS and so on, have these long, arduous selection courses and or training processes over the next few months upon entry into the unit to weed out those people.
Yeah, they have certain criteria that they address, they will look for, that will determine if they are suitable for the section. Some of those include what you say and some don't, but yeah, they are all being assessed during that time for sure.
What are the ones that Mr. McMahon has suggested that don't apply?
Oh, my memory's not that good, Your Honour. I'm sorry. Just this, the specifics. They look. What part of the process and why it's so long, and I guess in TRG and it's many years, is to one of the main ones is to find the character of the person to see if they are going to give up and they're willing to see a situation through and not walk away and go, I've had enough of this. I guess that's one of the main, that's why it goes on for so long. But obviously there's lots of things as you've stated as well.
In addition, I haven't named them all by any means, but I haven't named all the factors by any means. But
No.
none of the factors I've named you disagree with, do you?
All those are considerations, definitely.
Endurance is one you're referring to now. The
Yeah.
capacity to endure.
We need to meet people who's going to be committed.
And you spoke about character, and that includes the capacity to endure, to keep going when things get very tough.
Correct.
It also refers to having people around you who you can trust.
Yeah.
You're shaking your shoulders. I mean, are you in doubt about that?
It's
It's an essential quality, isn't it, for this kind of unit?
Trust and working together in a relationship, in a team is, for sure.
In your first interview, when you were asked about the training that IRT does, you spoke about some of the shooting training that you do. Weapons training, as you might call it, or shooting training. And you spoke about how you have to do, and it seems related to the national counterterrorism kind of training.
Yep.
So this is shooting, for instance, targets at 12 metres and so on. I want to ask you about that kind of shooting training. Follow?
Yeah, sure.
Now, as I understand it, it's not the training that is done by General Duties Police.
No, it's not.
Okay. So you spoke about practicing to shoot shots, 15 shots at a 12-metre target.
Yes, utilising two different weapons. It's I can explain the drill if you
I'm
like.
going to ask you in a moment. So you spoke about 15 shots primary and 6 shots secondary.
Correct.
And this is part of the training that IRT went through?
That was formed part of the weapons training. It was the qualification shoot which TRG utilised, and this was adapted from that.
Adapted by whom?
TRG and me. It was basically the target area was just a little bit smaller, bigger. Correction.
Yeah, you said smaller before, but you meant bigger, didn't you? Earlier today you said smaller, but you meant bigger.
Sorry, I must have meant bigger.
You mean that the target that the officer is shooting at, we take it that's a human dummy kind of target?
No, it's a bit of paper on a wooden board.
Okay, but it's bigger than when you're in the TRG.
Yeah, it was only for the Glock. For the TRG requirement, you had to shoot within a circle.
You're holding your hands up for the record,
About
in a
that
circle
size.
about 10 or 15 centimetres across.
I believe so from memory.
And out of a cluster of shots, you'd need to get most of them or all of them inside the circle.
You'd have to,
All in.
yeah. And for CRG, sorry, to interrupt you. The IRT one, we just incorporated the A4 paper.
Okay, so for people not watching or not quite understanding what you're talking about, at IRT training with a Glock, you have to get all your shots onto the size of an A4 paper at a certain number of metres.
Yeah, there was 2 A4 pieces of paper.
Yep.
We'd have side by side, and the top piece of paper was for the primary weapon, which was the M4, and you had your Glock down below.
So the Glock is a handheld pistol.
Correct.
With a magazine of, 16 rounds?
15.
15 rounds plus one in the chamber.
Correct.
So 16 altogether.
Yes.
And you only have to fire 6 of those rounds for the training.
Oh, for one sequence, yeah. We do several.
And for the M4, is that another name for a rifle?
Yeah, that's the AR platform.
Is it an AR-15 or something different?
It's the guns we use were an M&P 15, which is, they're basically the same guns. They're all different manufacturers. They're all copy of each other.
And do they use 5.56 millimetre rounds?
That's correct.
And you're firing that at 12 metres, eh, in this training?
Yes, correct.
And how many? And how large is the target? A4 sheet of paper.
It's smaller. The target would be. You have to excuse me for not remembering. It's the target would be about that size, a circle. It's quite a smaller circle because they're more accurate firearm.
The size of a human heart, roughly.
Yeah,
I don't know if he knows the exact anatomy.
So the target shooting with the rifle at 12 metres, are you expected to bring the rifle up to the eye and shoot along using a sighting mechanism on the rifle?
Yes.
Okay, so it'd be hard to miss at 12 metres, wouldn't it? Anyway, we don't need to go there. So you've got, how many rounds? 15 rounds, is it?
Correct. 3 magazines of 5.
On the rifle?
The rifle.
And within a short period of time?
Yeah. Well, not a short period. I can explain the process if you want to.
We don't need too much detail. We've probably got enough detail.
It involves.
Unless Ronna wants more detail.
It's not just a static shoot. It's a walking shoot. So you're walking,
Yes.
and on the commander shoot or up, you stop walking. And you take an aim shot with the primary weapon.
Yes.
And you do that sequence until
Yes.
you have a stoppage, which means you run out of ammunition on that one. That's why we only have 5 rounds in the magazine.
Yeah.
And when you run out of ammunition, you go to the secondary firearm, which is your Glock, and you put 1 round in each of the A4 paper. Then you go back and you rectify the stoppage of the primary weapon.
Is it fair to simplify the type of shooting as saying it's when you're shooting at targets of that size, you're shooting to kill, right? That's the practice that you're doing.
Yeah, permanently incapacitated. That's the problem.
Yeah. So either massive trauma or killing. I mean, not being critical.
No, I'm
sometimes
just
that's
saying
the
what's the
job.
likely consequence of being shot. Yes.
Yeah, likely consequence of being shot at 12 metres with an AR-15 or a similar rifle with a number of rounds is death, isn't it?
Yes.
When you're doing that, so just to go back a step, is it part of the training we spoke about a 1 week green training, 1 week black training? Is it part of that selection process, that course?
Yeah, that's part of the firearm component is part of I've got the manual, I have to check, but
Presumably
it
the
incorporates part of the black roll, but it also incorporates the green roll. But it's one of the major factors of the test of the 2-week course is weapons training. It may flow through the whole 2 weeks.
Yeah. Was it common for people sitting the IRT courses, the green and the black for 2 weeks, to be told or asked to leave the IRT that they weren't up to scratch?
No.
Did that happen to anyone that you remember?
No.
With this shooting training, it's not right to call it training, is it? It's more like testing.
It's reinforcing weapon handling skills
Yeah, okay.
and accuracy.
when the officers are doing the shooting, is any part of the training that they do either in the course we've just described or any other part of their training, is any of that shooting which is known as double tap shooting?
No.
Do you know what double tap shooting is?
Yes.
Can you just explain it for the record?
It's just 2 shots in short sequence. Trigger pressure. I think you relieve the first trigger pressure and it's just 2 quick shots.
Two very quick shots at the same target.
Yeah, presumably. Well, there would be otherwise you haven't got a chance.
I mean, you say presumably, but
yeah. Well, the nature of
yes,
2 quick shots, you're not going to have a chance to go to another target.
the idea is to shoot 2 shots very rapidly at the same target.
Correct.
That's why it's called a double tap.
Yeah.
And is that part of police training at all?
I believe it's part of the firearm. I'd have to be tested on that. I'm not 100% sure, but it might be part of the firearm requal, the yearly requal for the testing. But
For all police or for
all
specialist?
police, yeah. It wasn't something that we taught in IRT.
It wasn't.
Don't believe so. Not that specific target. Sometimes we did rapid fire with the Glock. We did extra. That test that we're talking about, we also, during other training, we did do Glock training and accuracy training and Glock exercises. So, yeah, and it incorporated lots of things.
Yep. So what do you mean by rapid fire?
Just firing a sequence of shots at a faster rate to simulate different situations.
At the same target?
Generally, yeah.
And how is that
Sorry, can I
different?
just, how long have you been in the police force?
23 years,
And you've requalified every year?
correct.
So do you know whether this double tap is part of the requalification?
It's a very good question. I cannot remember if it's it has changed recently, Your Honour. We have since...
At any time?
We have learned about the trigger pressure and taking a shot from the second trigger pressure. So I'd say yes, I think we have. But I know that the training has changed. The last time I did it, incorporated rapid fire with the on the trigger pressure, which was different from what we normally have done. So
Is rapid fire confined to firing 2 shots, or does it mean more than 2 shots as well?
I don't think there's a limit. Double tap, as you mentioned, is 2 shots. Rapid fire is rapid fire. It could be a number of shots.
A number of shots in very quick succession.
Correct.
Are you familiar with the expression of a controlled pair, shooting a controlled pair?
No,
You haven't heard that expression?
no,
Didn't teach it on the IRT course?
no.
If the IT is sent out to do a task, not a high-risk incident, but more of a general duty support task of one kind or another.
Yep.
You spoke yesterday about some tasks might not need a team leader and some might have a team leader.
Correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but understood, if you didn't have a team leader appointed, would be because the nature of the task was so low-key that it wasn't necessary to have a team leader.
The role of the team leader would be of a lesser need than certain other taskings.
Yeah.
They would generally find I would put, if I was allocating people, I would put a person who was who needed to do that role.
That was your general practice?
Yeah,
Because you were the officer in charge, you'd often send a team out to do a task,
correct.
and that was your general practice, correct?
Yes.
And it seems obvious, but just to confirm, if the task was likely to be a more difficult task or a more dangerous task, then much more likely that you would appoint a team leader.
Definitely, yes.
That's obvious, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So for a difficult task, it seems obvious to say that it's an essential part of how you plan and execute a difficult task that there would be a team leader. You'd agree with that?
Correct.
And if you were sending a team to a remote community, one of the purposes of having a team leader, an essential purpose, is so that there's a good line of communication between your team and the local police.
Correct.
And between your team and the commander at the local police station.
Correct.
To make sure there was a proper flow of information.
Correct.
And one of the important results of having a team leader, a clear chain of command like that, it would avoid confusion as to who was meant to do what task.
Correct.
Because when there's a failure of knowledge within a group of officers doing a job, that's to know who is to do what task, that's a significant operational failure, isn't it?
If all the communication has not been passed or everybody's not on the same page with information, yes, it's a breakdown.
Do you understand that the IRT team which went to Yuendamu in November 2019 didn't have a team leader?
They didn't. My plan in response to me not being there was for Sergeant Cormac to be taking that responsibility.
Of appointing a team leader.
Well, being his my replacement, so he was the sergeant.
Yeah, just to be clear, so as sergeant on the day, he's meant to appoint a team leader. Is that what you're saying?
He is the team leader.
Yeah. The team leader at the site of the tasking, hundreds of kilometres from Melbourne.
Sergeant Cormac should have been part of the team at Yuendamu. That's his role. He was.
You mean he should have left Alice Springs and gone to Yuendamu?
That was part of. That was yeah.
Okay, so
His role was the sergeant to manage the team. With my understanding, as a team leader.
So, if you were there on the day, you were on sick leave or something like that, correct?
Correct.
I'm not interested in why you're on sick leave, but
Had a broken arm.
oh, is it just that simple? Broken arm.
Yeah.
Not much use with beanbag shotgun. You've got a broken arm. So, if you had been healthy on that day and team leader, you would have gone to Yuendamu and been the team leader at the location.
Very likely, yes.
Yeah, and that's what you'd expect. Your 2IC would have done.
Yes, that's unless somebody situation that was that's it.
And it's obvious, isn't it, that if there was a reason why he couldn't go, you're shrugging your shoulders, and for the benefit of people who aren't watching you, you're conveying the impression, well, maybe there was a reason he couldn't go and you haven't been able to identify that.
I was thinking about if there was a similarly experienced officer that could have achieved that role, but the sergeant, he was not performing that role.
Yeah, and just to finalise that, and I know it's obvious, but if your sergeant replacing you couldn't go, then it's clearly his job to delegate the team leadership role to somebody else.
That would be probably one of his roles, correct?
Yeah. And in fact, yesterday you were asked something about this, and you spoke that where there was an arrest target, you would need to up the ante to high levels of planning.
Correct. You need you have the concept of ops of what your role is and what you want to achieve, and the role would be to arrest someone. Then you obtain as much information from relevant sources and formulate how we or IRT can perform that role and a plan amongst those people. And that would have to be approved because there are multiple ways to achieve that.
Yep. I'm not really asking about all of that detail. We're focusing on the question of having a team leader in those situations.
Correct.
And the effect of your answer yesterday was, well, compared to some tasks, when you've got a more difficult task like a target to arrest in circumstances that we all know what we're talking about, you'd know on that day.
Yes.
You'd want a team leader.
Correct.
Yesterday you asked about jumping
And
fences.
clearly a team leader of some experience. We're talking Sergeant Bowen's experience or Mac's experience.
Well, you've heard Ron's question to me. I've made the assumption that when you send a team out to a task such as the one at Yuendamu, but any similar task in the remote community, given that you've selected and trained the IRT team, you would expect that within any group of them, there's at least one or more people with adequate experience to be the leader.
Yes.
Yesterday you asked a question about jumping fences, and this is one of the things that happened at Yuendamu on the day. I'm not asking you to comment on what happened at Yuendamu on the day because I appreciate that you weren't there, and even though you've seen some information, no doubt, we all know that you haven't seen a vast amount of information. So I'm not asking about that. But jumping fences is an issue that's come up in this inquest. You follow?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, you said you saw no problem with that, and but in fact, something you reckon happens all the time in Alice Springs.
Yeah, it's obviously if the fence is 6 foot tall, it's not going
Yeah.
to happen. But if it's a low-lying fence and some obstruction,
Can I suggest to you that when there's no need to jump a fence, so I'll go back a step. In a certain moment, in a difficult execution of a plan, there may be a need to jump a fence, there may be a need to smash through a window or smash through a door. All of those things we know are realities that may occur. Follow?
Correct.
But where there's no need to do those things, including no need to jump a fence, can I suggest to you that it's very poor policing practice to jump fences of people's homes?
Yeah, as you enlightened, it's situation dependent and where you are.
We appreciate that.
It's not uncommon to jump fences within in the community environments. It just seems a simpler way of getting from point A to point B.
When you say community environments, do you mean remote communities or do you mean any community, including Alice Springs?
Alice Springs as well.
What I'm putting to you is that when it's not necessary to do so, that it's very poor police practice.
Oh,
Do you agree with that or not?
I wouldn't say it's poor practice. If you look at a house and the fence is 20 metres away or something on the other side of the house, and the fence is low, and I really don't, in my opinion, I don't think it's that offensive, and just jump the fence to get over there. I've never been told never jump the fence. I've only go with my past experience.
Well, there may be reasons that no one's ever taken you up on it. We don't need to explore that. But I'm suggesting to you that when police jump fences when there's no need to do so, going into people's homes, that it's an unnecessary exercise of power, that it's intimidating to people, that it's showing police domination, that they have the right just to walk up to your place and jump the fence rather than do the courteous thing of going through the gate. What do you say to that?
No, I don't think so. I think it was backed up. Well, I don't want to talk specifics of that incident, but no, I disagree.
So is that what you teach your recruits down at Alice Springs Station, that if you're just wandering around the suburbs and you need to go into a place, just jump the fence, no problem, no issue?
I don't teach them to go and jump fences and go into people's yards. So situation dependent, if they have to go over.
Sure, they
into
have
a
to.
yard.
I'm not arguing about if you have to. That's not the issue.
But
You
there
teach
is-
them to be respectful,
Of course.
to be courteous, and you accept that jumping fences is neither respectful or courteous if it's not necessary to do so.
I don't think in this incident they were demonstrating
I'm
disrespect
not talking
or,
about this incident at the end of it.
or any incidents. Like I said, it was situation dependent. And if they did do it, they would be rightly told not to do it. Someone was offended.
In your second interview, which was in 3rd of December 2020.
Yep.
You were asked about different IRT roles and the nature of an IEA, nature of coordinate and containment. So general discussion about what the IRT is. And you were asked about a scenario where an offender goes into a building and what choices the IRT would have. Perhaps whether to stay outside, to go in, stay outside and engage and negotiate and arrest and so on. Now that's all broad picture of what you're being asked, and I won't repeat all of that.
Yeah, they're tactics for a situation.
So I'm just laying the foundation for a question I'm about to ask you.
Correct.
When you were asked about, well, what should the IRT do? Should it go in and engage? Should it stay outside and negotiate and arrest? You said, quite sensibly, I might add, well, the offender forces your hand. Do you remember saying?
No, I don't remember it,
But you know the concept, don't you?
Yeah. We're reliant on what we see and what's presented in front of us.
Yeah. And to take an extreme example, if the IRT were disposed to a coordinate and contain response to a situation which they knew about, if they thought that's what they should do, but then they hear a woman or a child screaming inside, "Help, I'm being murdered," everything changes because, as you say, the offender forces your hand.
That's correct.
And in that scenario, obviously, assuming the officers felt they were able to, they rush in and try to save the person who's been murdered.
It's a pre-approved plan that's been written and formulated and approved by a Ford commander.
But in situations where someone is inside a house and the house is subject to coordinate and containment, and there's no screaming and there's no apparent emergency and there's no apparent rush, what are the factors that then lead you to staying outside the house and negotiating an arrest as opposed to going into the house?
Well, depends what the incident is. If the coordinate containment if you're talking about a high risk incident or you're just talking about general
General duties.
general duties, well, we don't. If we were coordinate containing a house and general duties, then a significant incident has occurred.
Then you go in.
Well, it all depends.
Sure. If there was no significant incident and you were coordinating and containing a house and there was an arrest suspect in the house and there was no incident happening that made you feel this is desperate, this is urgent, we must rush in now, then the overall strategy would be to stay outside and negotiate an arrest or wait till the development which led to a safer arrest.
If the incident is a confirmed incident and you had information that an offender was in the house, and then you can take different tactics from that point. If you don't know an offender is in the house, you don't know that, then you're talking to nobody.
Would you agree that when you're arresting a person, when the police are arresting a person, or be more specific, when the IRT are arresting a person, if the arrest No, I'll withdraw that question. I want to ask you about a couple more topics, if I may. Taking a bit longer than I planned on it. I may go a bit longer.
Yes, we have some extra time, but I'm sure it'll get used up quickly.
Yeah, I don't want to rip my colleagues, but I don't think there's a lot to come after me except from whatever my friends who are representing Sergeant Ball's.
There's enough time.
I want to ask you very quickly about the weapons that you're using, just so that we have a sense of the capabilities of the IRT in terms of the weapons. Now, you've already been asked by my learned friend from NADRA about IRT essentially not having much gear when you arrived in about 2015. It might not have been called IRT, but the coordinate containment didn't have much gear.
That's correct.
And then you used your influence to get a whole lot of, as I understood it, second-hand gear coming out of TRG.
That's correct.
So here that they've probably replaced with more modern gear or completely untouched gear.
Correct.
Now, I just want to understand the difference between IRT gear and general policing gear for some of these matters which you previously listed in one of your statements about the sort of things you've got. You spoke about getting fore-end scopes.
Fore-end scope, yeah.
So just explain what they are.
Well, when I arrived, the guns were already at Alice Springs Police Station. It was about 13 rifles, which were basically new, unused. They were just
Were they Armalite 15s?
They were the M&P 15 that's our primary weapon. They weren't utilised, so they were just a bare gun. So you have to accessorise them to make them fit for purpose. And the fore end, which I think you referred to, was a rail. I changed the fore end, so it enabled us to put a torch on the gun, and also
On the, you mean rifle?
rifle. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, and also a hand grip, so we could hold it differently. It was just making them more fit for purpose, and also we incorporated some old scopes.
So in terms of the hand grip and the torch, what you're explaining there is making it more fit for close combat purpose, such as clearing buildings.
It's better fit for purpose, and obviously using it at night.
Yeah. The ballistic vests, you spoke about getting extra ballistic vests. I take it they're different from general duties ballistic vests?
Yeah, well, they're a different colour for a start.
I'm only interested in capability.
Well, that is their capability. They perform cam concealment.
Okay.
So they had pouches specific for the weapons that we would have. They had a higher rating of ballistic protection.
Okay. That's enough there. I mean, just getting a general idea, trying to understand the increased capacity. It's a better vest.
Yes, it's designed for...
Beanbag shotgun. Just explain briefly what a beanbag shotgun is.
Yeah, sure. A beanbag shotgun is basically a conventional shotgun, but it fires a different round. It's called an impact round. There's another wording for it. It's basically it looks like a shotgun shell, but inside that shotgun shell is a fabric covered device which contains little lead balls. So that's what the round looks like. It's designed to be utilised at a distance between 2 to 23 metres. So it shoots at the individual, but at the extremities, arms, legs, buttocks, and things like that.
When you say at the extremities, that's because what's within the cartridge spreads out over a...
No, it stays as a target.
So the shooter is meant to aim at the extremities.
Correct. Yeah. Stomach, there's primary and secondary areas. You do not shoot the heart or in the face because it can be lethal. That's why it's called less lethal.
It's called less lethal. Is it able, when you say don't shoot at the heart or the head, is that because of what the impact may do rather than the fact that it would penetrate the human body?
Both.
Both. So it can penetrate the body.
Close enough. It generally shouldn't. Well, I'll correct myself. It doesn't normally impact. No, but those areas contain vital organs.
You said it doesn't normally impact. You mean it doesn't normally penetrate?
Correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, correction.
Now, as I understood what you said a minute ago, it's the same as an ordinary shotgun, just a different cartridge.
Correct.
But the way that the IT worked presumably is that those shotguns reserved for beanbag cartridges were never utilised as ordinary shotguns.
No, they were marked.
Is that correct?
Correct, they were marked differently.
Had some markings or colourings on them.
Yeah, you don't want to get those two mixed up.
Yeah, and we don't need to know the details of that, but people in your unit could say, well, that's one of the beanbags and that's not one of the beanbag shotguns.
Most definitely.
Were they pump action or?
Yeah, pump action.
And how many cartridges? 5 or how many?
I think from memory, I think it's about 4 and 1 in the chamber.
Okay. Now you also had shotguns, which I understand were not beanbag shotguns. Is that right?
Yes.
They also pump action.
Correct.
With 4 cartridges about them.
Same.
And what's their purpose? Obviously to kill animals in some situation. Well, when I say obviously, you tell me. What's their purpose?
Well, we never used them. They're a a general duties support weapon. At that stage they were, so they were just part of the armoury. I had a couple in the armoury. We didn't use them. We never used them for any job.
Did you take them out on jobs? No. So IIT never took shotguns out?
Didn't take from my knowledge, we never took the live loaded shotgun out.
Only the beanbag?
Only the beanbag.
But you regularly, typically take out the beanbag shotgun?
Yeah.
You spoke about a 223 semi-automatic rifle?
Yeah, that's the AR or the MP.
That's the same rifle?
Yeah, the 223.
And the 308 rifles with scopes?
Yeah, they were again a general duties policing one, but I've obtained two from TRG, which were sniper training rifles, which I was part of. I was just trying to develop another capability in the section, so I've got, I think, one or two rifles and some old scopes, and they were utilised. We never took them out, but it was just something that I utilised because I was a sniper. So I trained for those.
You were a qualified sniper in TRG?
Correct, yes.
Presumably you know that in the army to be a qualified sniper is extremely arduous training and qualification. Is it similar in TRG?
Yes, it's a correct. Can't remember how week long the course was, but yeah, I completed that, and that was my core function within the section. So whatever training we would do would concentrate on that. I also trained overseas in New Zealand as well.
As a sniper?
Yeah, and I'm a nationally accredited marksman team leader, sniper team leader.
Okay. And you were trying to introduce this skill into IRT?
It was a capability that would have been good to have for all situations. To have the ability to engage a target or an offender at far greater distance, because you have to appreciate that we're in an area where some people have very high powered rifles, and we have to provide a capability for that.
Yeah. Is this, going back to where I started with you today, you were talking about, I was asking you questions about command, you wanting command to know who you are, what you do at IRT.
Correct.
Did command know that you were developing a capacity within IRT for snipers?
I'm not 100% sure. They would have, on the asset transfer, all that paperwork is recorded. I may have mentioned it. I didn't write it in the memos, I don't believe. I might be stand corrected, but it wasn't a secret.
It wasn't a secret, so, but it may not have been known to command.
I probably told them because it was something that I was keen to explore, and as I stated before, the offer was for them to come to our armoury and our training constantly.
Well, it's a rare and lethal skill to have within a team, isn't it? To be a qualified sniper.
Well, anything to do with firearms is considered lethal, but it's a skill which is it's a unique skill, but it's a very good skill to have, especially with looking in modern day policing when you have active shooters and terrorists and things. And I think it's well to be equipped for that than not to have it.
So I've just taken you through a number of different weapons. Some of them I haven't, which are obvious, like the Glock and so on. But can you just identify the difference between that range of weapons and general duties training? For instance, I've taken the 223 is the 5.56 mil rifle.
Correct.
That's now part of general duties, I understand it.
Yeah, that's been formatted as a patrol rifle.
The shotgun you said was part of general duties.
That's being phased out, I believe, and replaced by a patrol rifle.
Is a patrol rifle different from an MP4?
Nope, basically the same thing.
So they've got the rifle, now they no longer have the shotgun. That's general duties?
Correct.
So So what's the difference in the weaponry that IRT had compared to general duty?
Our M&P, or our rifle's the same. We just had extra accessories on it.
For instance, the grip handle at the front,
Yeah, if you wanted that, you didn't have to have that.
torch,
Torch and
better scopes.
better scope.
Okay, so much more lethal.
Well, it's more accurate,
Yeah, okay.
and
So
you can use it at night, which
did
is
you have night scopes
no, yeah, white light.
from the torch?
Yeah,
Did you have laser scopes?
no.
Red, the red dot laser scope.
Yeah, no, we didn't have that. We were trying to. That was part of my next purchase, is to try and get some kind of night vision for the section. There's quite a lot of things happen at night.
So finally on this issue, you had a lot of training with shooting. You've said in your various statements, not so much in evidence in court, but it's clear from your statements, there was a lot of training in shooting and the regular retraining on the rostered
Weapons
days and
handling is
so on.
important, yes.
And I suppose it's easy enough to train to shoot to kill. What about specialist training on defusing the situation using non-lethal weapons such as tasers? Did you do specialist training in your rostered days of training for the IRT to become better than the typical general duties police officer at defusing a violent situation?
Yeah, for sure. We part of our tactics, we used shield tactics, where you would have lethal and less lethal cover on either side of the shield. So it gives you more options if the situation develops. We'd also do hostile vehicle apprehensions. Hostile vehicle.
Yep.
So we'd incorporate vehicles into our training because
Yeah, I don't want to get distracted there. I want to talk about.
and that would incorporate people from surrendering from the vehicle
Okay.
and moving back and teaching the guys how to deal with an offender.
So just to be clear, in the training, either the 2 weeks, 1 week green, 1 week black, followed by the regular rostered training, within that training there was extra special training for IRT members on defusing lethal situations.
Yeah, we would do training specific to situations which could occur. It wasn't just a set thing. We would mix up a bit and try and utilise tactics which were relevant to policing. I mean, the first week I came down here, I had to do a hostile vehicle apprehension with our firearms. And
I appreciate the general duties that might come up, but you were doing, what I'm trying to make clear is that you were doing extra training in those areas of defusing situations,
yeah,
including in close combat situations.
yeah, it was formed part of our training in the close quarter resolution in the buildings, for sure.
Yesterday you asked various questions about the findings of Judge Borcher in a matter known as the Ryder matter, Melbourne Ryder matter.
Yep.
And your answers really were to the effect that you didn't know much about what had happened in that hearing.
I didn't have a specific high knowledge of it, no.
And I just point out to you that Judge Borcher's, you may already know this from what was said yesterday, but just so you see, Judge Borcher's found that Mr. Rolfe, or Constable Rolfe as he was then, lied under oath, lied in statement, statutory declaration, you follow?
Yeah.
And that he was lying in the context about how he had unlawfully assaulted Mr. Ryder when he was in Mr. Ryder's own home. Follow?
No, from what you're saying, yes.
And that decision was the 9th of May 2019. And the judge found that Mr. Rolfe, or Constable Rolfe's evidence was a pure fabrication. Follow?
Yes.
Now he was a friend and close colleague of yours, as you've already said, Constable Rolfe. Are you saying to the court he didn't tell you anything about those findings?
He didn't go into those specifics which you told me just then.
What did he tell you about the judge's findings?
I can't really recall any specific incident, any conversation about that, no.
So there was no conversation about it, is that what you're saying?
No, I can't recall a specific conversation regarding those finite details.
Well, assuming for the purpose of these questions that Mr. Rolfe knew about those findings against himself, even so, the way you were questioned yesterday and the answers you gave was that your position was that he wasn't obliged to tell you about those findings, assuming he knew about them.
We have pretty strict processes in place. If he was going to be charged with something or was he found guilty of something, then I would be informed that way.
That's not my question to you.
He didn't tell me, and he probably didn't feel the need to tell me.
You probably didn't what?
He probably, I'm not answering for him. I don't know. He didn't tell me. I don't think he needed to tell me in that regard as my duties as
Well,
IRT.
yesterday you said he wasn't obliged to tell you, I think, in answer to your question, and today you're saying he didn't need to tell you. It's the same thing, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you gave evidence really to the effect that you didn't see how it affected his role on the job. You said that you didn't think he was obliged to tell because it was not performance related to your IRT section. And that you said that the judge's comments, I would not see it as a performance indicator. It's part of the section.
The comments were comments and no further action had been taken. If disciplinary action had been taken, then that's where I'll become involved. There was no disciplinary action taken, and as far as I know, they were just comments. I really don't know much. That was about the gist of the whole thing.
I just want to pursue this question for a moment with you on the question whether he should have told you and whether you should have been keen to find out more.
Your Honour, I object to this. Before this round of hearings, submissions were circulated between the parties. And one of the things that appeared to be agreed by everybody was that we were not going to have repetitive questions. Yesterday, this question was done to death. It's now being repeated. I objected.
Are you going somewhere new, Mr. McMahon?
Yes, Your Honour. I am. I'm going to ask this witness about the nature of the contract between the community and the police on the questions of honesty and violence. And it's new from what was asked yesterday. And this
Sure, as long as it's Mr. McMahon. It's not a repetition.
Well, just to clarify, I have no objection to new questions. My objection is to repetition of old ones.
Sure. I think it was a launching pad, but
just setting context. Thank you, Ron. The critical point is, assuming you didn't know and assuming Mr. Rolfe did know for the purpose of these questions, you were not bothered by the fact that he didn't tell you about the findings.
No.
I want to suggest to you that that's a serious problem with how the IRT would have been controlled. Can I suggest to you that the question of unlawful violence is a critical issue in policing? You'd agree with that? The question of whether lawful violence or unlawful violence is done by a policeman is a critical issue.
Yes, I agree.
You shrugged your shoulders, but...
No, I said yes, I agree, and I confirmed my reply.
And you'd agree that the question of whether police tell the truth about violence is a critical issue in policing.
Correct.
And that's because the sad reality is that violence is sometimes necessary in policing. You agree with that? Sometimes it's necessary.
Correct.
And it imposes a huge responsibility on police who are, on occasions, permitted to be violent against citizens. The very fact that that's allowed to happen puts a huge responsibility on them, doesn't it?
Correct.
And what they say about violence, what police say about violence, imposes a huge responsibility on them because it might lead to people being jailed and having their freedom being removed from society.
Correct.
So those questions of whether a policeman engaged in unlawful violence, firstly, and secondly, whether a policeman lied about it on oath, they're core matters for policing, aren't they?
There, of course.
Because if a policeman lies in court about belting a man, in this case an Aboriginal man, and that man is wrongly charged or jailed, that would be a grave injustice, wouldn't it?
In that example, yes.
Yeah. And if a judge has found those two things, that a policeman lied about the violence that he inflicted unlawful violence and he lied about it, I suggest that you shouldn't for a moment tolerate having a person who does those things and behaves in that way in an elite unit like the IRT. Do you agree with that?
I suggest he be charged,
Yeah.
and then he wouldn't be in the unit.
Just focus on my question.
He's focused on the question, he's giving an answer. It doesn't have to be exactly the answer of yes or no that Mr. McMahon wants. It's a proper answer that he gave.
I'm asking you about whether he's charged or not charged.
That was how I would judge the seriousness of the matter, if he was
Okay.
charged internally, and that's when I would take action.
If it came to your attention that the judge made these findings prior to anyone being charged, prior to that officer being charged, because you never know whether you might be or might not be, you still wouldn't want that person in a unit of the kind the IRT.
I'm not going to make a call on a comment that I really don't know much about. I told you the process is there. The process I follow is internal discipline and charging.
Do you accept that working alongside a person in an elite unit doing dangerous things such as the IRT, who a judge has found to have lied about inflicting violence and lied about what happened?
Your Honour, I object to this. We're going over the same ground. Firstly, it was covered yesterday, but secondly, Mr. McMahon has covered this. He's got answers. There's questions of relevance, not just repetition, and relevance loses any focus once it's been repeated.
Well, I've nearly done it. If I need to address the question of relevance, police culture is central to it. The submissions will be made.
But I don't know what more you want from this particular witness.
All right, John.
Yes, please.
Just want to make sure I understand some evidence you gave about the overt and covert work that your unit does.
Sure.
You spoke about overt work yesterday, which you gave some examples of patrolling, high visibility patrols, letting people know where police were there, door knocking, relentless presence and so on. That's overt work. You gave those examples.
Yeah, it's an extension of basically what we do in general duties.
But of course, you're right. And one of the things you said was that the desired result of that kind of work might be that if a person then ran, because of the relentless door knocking and so on, then they would tire very quickly and then be able to be caught quickly. They'd do a 100-metre dash, I think you might have said.
Yeah, that's correct.
So in the way you were talking about that yesterday, do I understand you to be saying that allowing an offender to do a dash, to run from a house where there is a high patrolling, numbers of police patrolling and a high visibility, and in your case, well-trained IRT people around that house or in that zone, has benefits in terms of process, that is to say, by watching the person run, and as you said today, someone like Zach Rolfe just chases them down. So is that a desired result?
It's one of the options which or actions on which could occur, and it's a tactic that we in position to deal with. So it's in my opinion, it's not a bad thing. It's the offender has identified themselves, and then we can utilise another tactic, which is a cordon or a apprehend to find them. So,
And your expectation would be, knowing what you do of the people on the IRT team, your expectation would be that if someone's doing a dash like that, presumably beating the cordon around the house or some similar kind of scenario, you expect to be able to chase them down promptly.
Their presence becomes known to us, and then we can formulate a response, which yes, chasing them or moving forward to another area, cutting them off, defeating their area where they were going. It just opens up a good further plans for us because the offender has been identified. And just our presence in the community sometimes, you know.
All right. Thank you, Anna.
Yes. Mr. Officer.
Yes, Your Honour, I have about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Try and get us home early. Sergeant, my name is Luke Officer and I act for Mr. Rolfe. Yesterday you gave some evidence that Mr. Rolfe was professional, dedicated and efficient. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And also in your evidence yesterday that the way in which the IRT was conceptualised was you wanted people who were motivated and who were prepared to do additional work when needed, such as on weekends.
Correct.
And you were taken to a text exchange by Mr. Bowe at lines 346 through to 349. Do you have those in front of you?
Yes.
And
346. Oh, sorry, 346. Did you say?
346 to 349.
Yes.
And what you were conversing about with Mr. Rolfe there was a member of the IRT who effectively wasn't pulling his weight.
Loosely put.
Yes. And I don't use that in a derogatory setting, Your Honour. And then a discussion by Mr. Rolfe about how he might not hang around in the job. Perhaps we can rejig the team and get it back up and running. Effectively, I'm paraphrasing, but that's the theme of the text, isn't it?
That's correct.
And this is a small team, I think about 5 members.
The team at that stage may have had about 15.
Right, 15 members, all right. And on occasion, it wasn't unusual for Mr. Rolfe to, in the course of an IRT deployment in any way, shape or form, prepare an arrest plan, for example.
He has provided a concept and a plan for April.
Yes. Barrow Creek is one example.
Definitely.
And that was an operation that was otherwise successful and commended by the senior executive.
That's correct.
But he himself wasn't actually involved in the deployment and the arrest. He simply designed the plan and the other members of the IRT went about executing it.
He designed one aspect of the plan and presented it to, I think it was the superintendent. And yes.
So, in effect, there's no issue with the junior officer playing a instrumental hand in what he thinks or how he thinks the IRT could be effective, for example.
No, it's stepping up and showing initiative and
Yes, gaining experience.
it's desirable.
Yes, upskilling.
Correct.
So what I want to suggest is that text conversation between you and he, where he's suggesting perhaps we need to rejig the team, is perfectly proper for a junior officer to be engaging in that discussion with you as a senior officer.
Correct.
In fact, should be encouraged so that they can develop the skills to become better police officers.
Yeah, it's correct. And it wasn't unique to Zach. Other people did comment as well.
Well, that's going to be my next question, exactly. And that actually better serves the community if junior officers can gain experience and skills by engaging in these sorts of discussions with senior officers.
It's taking a bit of ownership of the team.
Yes. Just on the text messages, Councillor Sisting took you to one yesterday. I'm not sure if this was put in front of you at the time. That's at line 24 and 25 of that document. This is about being burnt out.
Correct.
Did you actually read those 2 text messages yesterday?
No.
No, and you'll see what Councillor Sisting didn't put to you was that, hey brother, sorry I've been slack lately, I'm burnt out as fuck. Got 3 days off from tomorrow. After that I'll be recharged, ready for anything. You reply, not a worry, too much time on the nest, you lucky bastard. All good, rest up, I'm a bit the same. Are they sorts of text messages you've had with a number of police officers?
Yes.
And nothing improper about saying, I'm a bit knackered, I just need a bit of time off and I'll be better after that.
Correct.
And in fact, he's letting you know, I'm just going to take some time off. In 3 days' time, I'll be good to go.
Yeah, nature of policing was sometimes you can work many days straight.
Yeah. It's a tough job.
Definitely.
In fact, it is a tough job because you're frequently engaged in a significant amount of jobs that you have to attend to on a particular shift. And I think it's accepted by all here that frequently those jobs, unfortunately, the vast majority of them involve apprehending Indigenous offenders or engaging with Indigenous people. You'd accept that?
Yeah, and protecting Indigenous.
And protecting them, exactly. And invariably, such is the nature of the job, that complaints come from those that you're apprehending.
Definitely.
And a police officer might have any number of complaints, 1 or 2 a week to 1 or 2 a year.
That's correct.
And you're a very experienced police officer. You've seen a number of police officers in your time subjected to complaints.
As I said before, I've seen lots of people have sustained complaints just for performing their role and achieving arrests as desirable.
Yes.
But, as a side consequence, they do get complaints.
And a promised job creates a number when there's a task you have to attend to, and that promised job can be anything from responding to a domestic violence incident to simply going and checking on the welfare of someone.
Correct.
So if someone's involved in 3,176 promised jobs in their 4-year career, thereabouts, and they have 48 use of force case note entries, is that a high number of use of force entries?
No.
No. What about someone who has about 5 or 6 complaints as a result of use of force incidents?
No.
You seen higher?
No.
Have you seen anyone higher with that?
Oh, yes. It's, yes, definitely.
And does it surprise you Mr. Rolfe doesn't even feature in the top 20 of police officers with the use of force?
No, that's like I said, there's use of force is what justifies the use of force in a complaint these days can be frivolous and has to be investigated, but they do mount up and lots of people get complaints.
Yes, and I think one of the questions that was put to you by Mr. Derrick from Narja was, well, what's a disadvantage to standing someone down when there's a complaint? Can I suggest to you that the way in which the complaints operate is they can go through the PSC or the Ombudsman?
Yep.
You understanding?
Yes,
Yep.
correct.
They're assessed and categorised, and then it's the responsibility of either of those organisations, be it the Ombudsman or the professional standards, to then investigate that complaint.
That's correct.
So if we stood down every single police officer because of the fact of a complaint, it wouldn't be very efficient at all, would it?
No, we wouldn't have much of a police force.
No. I just want to turn to the IRT, and as I understand it, the way in which they operate is quite fluid and flexible. And by that I mean you've got cordon and contain duties, possibly,
Correct.
such as a siege situation, but you otherwise observe the place and just see what happens and wait till the TRG arrive.
Yeah, in a declared high-risk incident, we manage the scene until the arrival of TRG.
Yes.
And
You've then got IEA, so immediate emergency action. That is, if something's actually going to come to fruition where someone's life is in danger, you have the authority to respond straight away.
correct.
You then have overt and covert operations. Overt is you're seen, you're heard, everything you do, the community can watch.
Correct.
Covert is secrets. We're all, hopefully no one knows what we're doing and maybe we can affect what we need to do secretly.
Correct.
And then you've got general duties deployment as the IRT as well, don't you?
Yeah.
So, for example, if someone needs additional resources on a weekend, because the IRT have volunteered their time to work on the weekends, say volunteered in saying they're happy to do it, you might be deployed as the IRT but in a general duties capacity.
Yeah, that's correct.
And in fact, your evidence at trial for Mr. Rolfe in the criminal trial was on the 9th of November, this was a general duties deployment.
Yeah, the-
Now, in any of those examples, there is some fluid and flexibility as to how you might approach a particular task, isn't there?
correct, yes.
So, for example, you might change from a covert operation to overt because intelligence changes.
Yeah, that's right. Then some operations are a mixture of both.
Yeah. And what could otherwise be a cordon and contain waiting for TRG to arrive, you get intelligence in one way or another that something's about to happen, putting someone's life in jeopardy. We're going to change the plan and go into an IEA situation.
That's in a declared high-risk situation, yes.
Yes, all right.
They're all formulated plans.
How often in the IRT's experience or as an organisation did a remote station sergeant request the IRT to be deployed there?
Quite regularly.
Quite regularly?
Yep.
And is it my understanding that the remote sergeant who requests IRT would otherwise be the forward commander, for lack of a better expression?
They would take up that role as forward commander, or if they weren't capable, it would be higher.
Yes, but the IRT would have knowledge of who was going to be the forward commander.
Correct.
You'd expect that.
Yep.
Do you expect your forward commander on the deployment of an IRT to go home once the IRT arrives?
No.
Do you expect a forward commander to hand the phone to someone else so
No.
they can go and get some rest?
No.
What should have happened in that situation?
Forward commander assumes control of the asset they've requested, and they have to maintain control, communication. They have to approve all and any operations or any actions, and they can either brief up themselves to the higher ranking officer or the superintendent, but basically whatever they say, they are in charge of that situation.
And you gave some evidence earlier, I think, I can't remember to who, but it was along the lines of that what is helpful to the IRT in deployment in communities is someone to go with them who knows the area well, know the people well, and maybe even knows the target they're after.
Correct.
So if the IRT requested the forward commander to utilise, and I'll use the word an asset such as a local police officer to go out with them, and that was refused, do you think that's appropriate?
No, not at all.
What should have happened in that situation?
Well, the forward commander should have seen the benefit of a local member to go with the IRT, and probably respect the IRT's request if that's what they need to perform that role. Then it should have been adhered to. Or
On this particular occasion, the 9th of November 2019, were you aware that a arrest plan was created?
I was away when that situation. I didn't know an arrest plan was. I remember seeing an email when I got back of the paperwork.
So you've seen an email of, you say an email of paperwork. What do you
Oh,
mean?
sorry, the referred plan. I was on the email chain.
Right, so you've seen the email that I think Sergeant Frost sent to the members of the IRT about
Correct.
what was intended for the 9th of November.
That's correct.
Is that what you call an arrest plan, or is it something different?
That wasn't an arrest plan. That was basically a concept of a guide of what she had in mind, but it wasn't constituted as a plan.
All right. I'll ask you a few questions about that, and if you need it in front of you, I'm happy for you too. But if you take it from me, when we're talking about flexibility in plans and deployments, if the plan says 11 p.m. you're out to go out and conduct high visibility patrols, that's an overt operation, isn't it? Or it's an overt occurrence.
Yeah, definitely.
But if the IRT are there, and shortly before the forward commander goes home, authorises them to go out at 7 p.m, well, that's a change in the plan, isn't it?
Sorry?
That's a change in the plan, isn't it? Or the strategy.
Yes, sorry.
So what level of flexibility do the IRT have when they're deployed for high visibility patrols? We know that the whole concept from Sergeant Frost was to apprehend Kumanjayi Walker. What flexibility do the IRT have when the forward commander goes home and they stumble into intelligence that they're hot on his tail, for example?
Yeah, well, they act as their target is they're there to locate or intel and get an offender, and they act on the information they see in front of them.
And is intelligence he might be over at this house here, for example.
Yep.
And if you have intelligence that he might be over at a house a short distance away, is it proper to act on that intelligence?
It fell within the guidelines of what the Forward Commander stated.
You were asked about jumping fences or otherwise unlawful entries. There's a number of powers available to police to access premises, isn't there?
That's correct.
And they don't change just because you go from general duties to IRT or to some other operation. Your police powers are your police powers.
Yeah, that's correct.
One of those is Section 126 of the Police Administration.
Yep.
Can you say to her off the top of your head what that says? Or
If you believe on reasonable grounds that the defendant's there that's committed an offence over 6 months.
you might be slightly different. Section 126 deals with entry and arrest with a warrant.
Oh, right.
I want to read to you.
Or
It's not a memory test. Power to enter an arrest under warrant. For the purpose of arresting a person, a member of the police force may enter a place if the member has the power to arrest the person under a warrant and the member believes on reasonable grounds that the person is at the place. Is that familiar?
that's correct.
Are you aware in this case that a local court judge, who's on a Judge Birch, had issued a warrant for the apprehension of Kumanjayi Walker?
I am now, yes.
So, entry into a place, when you've got intelligence that someone might be at that place, under a warrant, might meet the criteria of Section 126.
Correct.
In that situation, do you need permission of the occupier
If you've got a reasonable grounds to believe.
and a warrant?
And a warrant.
You don't need permission. In fact, you can even enter a premises without a warrant.
Correct.
So you could jump a fence if you had reasonable grounds to believe someone was at a particular place.
Correct.
I want to talk about what I think you characterised as the email from Sergeant Frost being a forward commander's guideline, that effect. I think you said in your evidence to Mr Coleridge, we don't kick down doors and we don't do 5 a.m. arrests.
Correct.
Why don't you do 5 a.m. arrests?
That idea or concept is, I think it's been demonstrated. It's a basic old concept of just going into someone's house at 5 a.m. or in the morning and waking them up, and it's been explained, I think, dragging them out of bed or whatever. It's a dangerous concept and it's been replaced. I'm sure it still gets used, but I believe TAG don't even use that method anymore. It's entering someone's house is a very dangerous situation because it can lead to further situations. You can enter into a barricade or a siege situation. You don't know who's in the house at that time. There are weapons within the house. There are people that you don't know are in the house. And also, at that particular time, it's 5 o'clock in the morning and it's dark and you have no visibility whatsoever.
Yeah. And I suggest there's 2 further problems with that. One, if you don't know where someone is, you have to try and gather intelligence to find out where they are.
Correct.
At 5 a.m. that's difficult.
Communication at 5 o'clock is not the best.
And there's a second problem going back to Section 126. You might have a warrant, but if you don't know where they are, you can't just go into a house unless you have a reasonable apprehension that they're there.
That's correct. You have never reasonable grounds to believe that they're there.
Yeah. What about if a forward commander tells you before going home, you can go out at 7 o'clock and if you come across the target, absolutely arrest him?
That becomes their new plan.
And if you get intelligence that someone is only a short distance away at a particular house, you don't just go back to the police station and wait till 5 a.m. to see if that intelligence comes good, do you?
No, intelligence doesn't last that long.
No, what's the danger in just going back and waiting?
Well, you won't be there in the morning.
They'll tip him off.
Yeah, and I think I've demonstrated before another example that the communication between the community is very good, and the extent you have to go to create a surprise arrest is sometimes extreme.
Yesterday you gave some evidence, and it's sort of been touched on today. The IRT was hard to manage, and you referred to members of the senior executive. A lot go through without exposure or experience to tactical stuff.
Yeah, that's correct.
Do I take that to mean that those in senior executive positions might never themselves have ever been in a frontline operational situation or involved in a tactical response at all?
Yeah, tactical response or forward command or things like that, for sure.
Now,
It has happened.
you were in the TRG for a considerable period of time.
That's correct.
You're aware in this case with Kumanjayi Walker, he attacked 2 police officers with an axe on the 6th of November, 3 days before he stabbed Mr. Rolfe.
That's correct.
Are you aware of an expert called Mr. Ben McDevitt?
Yes.
He gave evidence in the criminal trial and in his statements, and repeated in this inquest, that after the 6th of November 2019, when Mr. Kumanjayi Walker attacked Officers Smith and Hand, that it should have been marked management significant, which means senior executive members would know about it, and movement should have been afoot to deploy the TRG and not the IRT. Would you agree with that?
The situation definitely should have been noted and recorded, and an appropriate response coordinated, whether it be IRT or TRG.
In fact, he went so far as to say it was a failure on part of the senior executive of the Northern Territory Police by not giving more attention to this situation. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree with that.
I have no further questions, Your Honour.
No questions, thank you, Your Honour.
Yes, Mr. Sutner, I note the time. Are you happy to start now?
If Your Honour will give me a little leeway, I'm happy to finish now as well.
Okay.
I expect, having regard to the other questions, to finish somewhere between 1:45 and 1. If you'll give me that leeway. Sure. Yes. Sergeant Owens, just to state the obvious, whether the operation is overt or covert, it's designed to arrest an offender
Yes,
for the protection of society,
correct,
which is the job of the police.
correct.
Now, you've been examined by several of my colleagues about the 2 interviews that you had and the comments you made in those interviews.
Yes, correct.
Can we accept that you, when you gave those interviews, you told the truth?
Yes, I do.
Now, the TRG, does it operate throughout the Northern Territory?
Yes, it does.
And it operates from Darwin, as we know.
Correct.
Why did and do you see the need for an operation like the IRT when the TRG has jurisdiction throughout the territory?
Logistically, the response times for TRG have been excessive. By vehicle, it's 1,500 kilometres from, it's 1,500 kilometres from Alice or Darwin. In a vehicle, that's 12, 15 hours. In a plane, it's going to be a 5 or 6 hour response. In planes, it's you can have very limited equipment you can take with you, and persons and people. So their response is not adequate to deal with a situation which occurs in the southern region and the surrounding communities. It just takes too long.
Well, we've been talking about circumstances where you have an emergency in place.
Correct.
So obviously that doesn't work. Mr. Officer asked you certain questions about the role of the forwarding commander at the police station where IRT has been summoned.
Command, yes.
The forward command, yes. Do you contemplate that in principle, when the IRT arrives, they ought to get a briefing from the forward command?
Yes.
And what would that briefing consist of?
The briefing would consist of what they wanted to achieve and what the intention of the forward commander was. It would contain a bulk of relevant information regarding the task in hand, offender, location, any other information which could help our team affect a safe arrest, mental attitudes, demeanour, previous history, previous arrests. I mean, it can be exhaustive, but
Ease or difficulty of communication?
sorry.
Ease or difficulty of communication?
Definitely prior experience in dealing with them. Any communications they've had with the community regarding his arrest.
Any arrangements made about when he would be arrested?
Definitely.
Because you wouldn't want to, if you had a, so to speak, a contract, to have it breached by precipitous action.
No, if you'd made an arrangement with the community for an offender to hand himself into the station, for instance, that would be a vital piece of information.
Your Honour,
Yes.
I'd be better than I even indicated. I'm finished.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Do we have any, does that complete the examination? Is there any re-examination?
Sure, Mr. Coleridge is there, but yes, there is. Oh,
Thank you. Mr. Coleridge, it's 12:20. We did start early. Do you want to commence re-examination now, or would you like to do it after lunch?
I expect that I'll be probably just 30 minutes, Your Honour, but
I'm looking around. If any,
Let's finish.
It's finished.
everyone would like to continue, that is being indicated. So if you're ready to proceed, Mr. Coleridge. I actually didn't look at you, Sergeant.
Oh, on your, thank you.
Okay.
Your Honour, the only thing I'd ask for is 10 seconds away from the virtual bar table to grab a glass of water.
Sure.
Thanks, Your Honour.
Do you want me to adjourn for a few minutes? Oh, he's gone.
I think Mr. Sutton's seeking comfort.
Sure.
I'll take 2
Why don't we
minutes.
just, if given that it looks like we're going to finish, why don't we take a 5 to 7 minute adjournment, and then we'll start and we'll sit through, even if it goes a little bit after.
Stand. All the votes stand for the adjournment. I'll stand. Coronial, it's no issue. Please be seated.
Mr. Coleridge.
Thank you, Your Honour. Sergeant Bowens, I could see you over the video link rubbing your eyes. I take it that you're tired. I'll try to be as quick as I can. I've got a couple of mop-up questions from the last day and a half. Could I just quickly ask you about police accoutrements, firearms, tasers, equipment, stuff like that? I take it that all of that is supplied to the officers by the Northern Territory Police Force?
That's correct.
Okay. And the same goes for the IRT?
That's correct.
And do officers customise or optimise their accoutrements like their weapons?
In general duties, you might find a knife pouch or a Leatherman pouch and things like that. People add to their accoutrements. In IIT, it may be they just put another pouch for a personal thing on their equipment, but basically it was all supplied.
But they wouldn't be adding things like tactical sights or tactical flashlights to their firearms?
No.
Okay. I just want to ask you quickly about the events of the 9th of November. Before I do that, you'll recall that I asked you your views of Meacham King yesterday. You'd agree that he is widely respected?
Definitely.
He is respected by you?
Yes.
And he's possibly the most senior tactical officer in the Northern Territory.
Yes.
Now, you were asked, in fairness to you, to watch 2 videos overnight. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, the first video, for the record, Your Honour, is at 4:1 of the brief. It is the first of 4 clips of Zach Rolfe's body-worn footage. And the second video was clip 2 of 4. Sergeant Bowens, you'd agree that the first video depicted Constable Rolfe's arrival at House 577 in Yundamu community?
Yes.
And it depicts him walking through the fence or over the fence, I can't remember which, up to an individual, asking where Kumanjayi Walker was, going through the house, so on and so forth.
Yes.
Okay, and the second clip depicts the first 4 minutes, or at least you were asked to watch the first 4 minutes, which depict his arrival at House 511 and his entry into it.
Correct.
Okay. I want to just quickly, and in fairness to you, read to you Meacham King's evidence about whether or not this constituted intelligence gathering. He was asked how he characterised what he saw on the video at House 577, and his answer was, that wasn't intelligence gathering. He said that if you were trying to gather intelligence, you wouldn't do it that way because it is highly unlikely that he'd be at that location the next day because he would know you had already been there. He said, intelligence gathering would be to drive past House 577 and get an understanding of where the doors are, how to get through the gate, but not to actually attend the residence and make inquiries, I wouldn't think. He was asked, well, they attended the residence at House 577 and said, we're here to grab Kumanjayi. Is that intelligence gathering? And his answer was, that's not intelligence gathering. He said, it's not intelligence gathering. They're actually searching and looking to apprehend Kumanjayi at that point in time. His opinion was that none of this was intelligence gathering. Instead, it was the search and apprehension phase. Do you agree or disagree with Meacham King?
A bit of both. Intelligence gathering, I think you said that if they went there, he would give the game away or something and they wouldn't be there the next day. Intelligence gathering is, in this instance, would be just assuming he's at a house. They could have spoke to the first member and said, no, Kumanjayi's gone back to Alice Springs, this afternoon. And then that would have changed the whole course of the next tactics. So they were gathering intelligence. They were trying to find out where he was. It wasn't just restricted to two houses. So in that regard, I think the broader sense of intelligence gathering should be looked at and not just confined to two houses. He mentions just driving past a house. That was probably not intelligence gathering. It's probably more of a recce, what we call a reconnaissance, to see what the house looks like if you had to go into the house. That's for a pre-planned entry into a house. It's what we call a reconnaissance. So, and as I stated before, driving past a house, especially with police officers which aren't from Alice Springs or from Yunamu, just going to give the game away anyway. So my opinion does differ, I guess, on his opinion a little bit in that case.
Okay. Should Her Honour be concerned that a group, the IRT, who was otherwise modelled on the TRG, is being led by someone who holds opinions who are so starkly in conflict with the most senior tactical officer in the Northern Territory? How is it that on such a simple matter, the definition of intelligence gathering, you can be in such significant disagreements?
Well, everybody has different opinions, and if you look at the definition of what constitutes a high-risk appointment, the first line is it says this can be often difficult to assess. So nothing's written in black and white. Everything's open to perception. And yeah, I can tell you that the officers, there are often lots of different opinions in the tactical world.
I want to quickly ask you about your evidence regarding team leaders and Sergeant McCormack's role. Your evidence was effectively that he was second in charge while you were in hospital with the broken arm, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your expectation was that he would deploy as team leader if he was able to in the circumstances, is that correct?
That would be a role that I would think he would do, yes.
Okay, how did you communicate that to him?
I don't recall any exact communication, but it was the process. If I wasn't there, he would do it, and I can't produce any exact confirmation or written documentation to him.
Okay, and is the reason you can't recall those things that you never communicated that expectation to Sergeant McCormack?
No, communication was when I was, otherwise they wouldn't call Sergeant McCormack, they would have called me. They knew he was the point of call.
I know that they knew he was a point of call, but your evidence was that he was effectively the 2IC and would be expected to deploy with the IRT if he was able to.
Yeah, that would be my understanding, yes. I don't know if I mentioned 2IC, but he's the next level down.
Okay.
Or next ranking officer, sorry.
Does it surprise you that he saw his role as effectively being a Rolodex? He was calling people up who might deploy, but he didn't see himself as occupying a tactical responsibility at all.
That's what he said. That yeah, I can't comment on too much, but I thought he would take a more active role or participate in the job.
Your understanding was that he knew that in your absence he was, at least in practice, the second in charge. Is that right?
He was a point of contact as well and second in charge, I guess you could say that.
Okay. Would it surprise you in that context to learn that when asked whether he was second in charge, he thought that he wasn't second in charge and that another officer, possibly Jason Locke, was second in charge?
Not aware of that.
Okay. In fact, when asked about the 2IC and team leader positions under the SOP, his evidence was that until Walker's death, he hadn't even read the documents. Would that surprise you?
No,
It wouldn't surprise you.
no.
Is that because, when truth is told, there was actually no structured communication about leadership within the IRT between you, McCormack, or any other person?
Structured leadership. We definitely
Structured
didn't-
conversations about leadership.
The arrangement was made that Sergeant McCormack was the next point of call if I was not there. He was the sergeant, so he assumes the sergeant's duties.
Okay. Can we turn to another topic, which is your evidence of how you wanted the IRT to be perceived? Do you remember that I asked you some questions about that yesterday?
Yes, I do.
And you felt that there were some unfair perceptions of the IRT in the community and possibly also within the broader police force?
Yes, and yes.
You said that, look, the IRT was and you wanted it to be a disciplined organisation
Yes.
that was there to help the community,
Help the community, help the members.
and that it was absolutely not about, you know, gung-ho police action or smashing down doors.
That's correct.
And you gave an example about how important it was to, for example, keep a low profile in a remote community. Do you remember that?
That was one tactic we employed, yes.
You gave the specific example of a trip to Borroloola where everyone flew under the radar, camped out outside the community, and no one would have known you were there.
I think that was Docker River, but the scenario was, yes.
But that was the general philosophy.
Yeah, if tactics dictated, we had the ability and the means and the structure to perform those roles, and it was an effective way of apprehension of offenders.
Okay. At message 93, Zachary Rolfe sent a message to Deborah Rolfe on the 10th of March 2019 saying that it was good to be in Borroloola. This is the community we smashed up last time. Came up here, they're behaving nicely now. Would it concern you to learn that one of the IRT members was communicating to a member of the public in those terms about the work of the IRT?
Your Honour, this is not a matter proper for re-examination. Mr Coleridge has had these messages when he led this witness through his evidence in chief. It should have been raised then.
If Mr Officer wants to re-examine on it because there's some unfairness, then he should be given that opportunity, Your Honour.
Sure, we've got time today, so I'll allow the question.
The text message reads,
An opportunity to examine further if you need.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Is
would it concern you to learn that Zach Rolfe was communicating with the public in those terms?
With his
Well,
mother,
I think
not
you
the
gotta look
public. With his mother, not the public.
Yes, well, she's not a member of the police force.
right? Yeah. You got to look at the term smashing, and I think I can refer to the job we went to. Because when we arrived there at 1 o'clock and we didn't leave till 4 in the morning, and we were relentless in our patrols and our surveillance and our inquiry into the community. So that would be the context he was using as smashing the community. Smashing does not mean an act of violence, and I don't think it means that in that respect, because if it did, I'm sure he would be have charges of violence against him. Smashing is a term which is to be used as the hard work that you put into that thing. For instance, if you smash out 50 push-ups, that's the context he used that, I'm sure.
So he's not, for example, to your mind, describing some overt type of policing where shows of force are used to get the community to behave?
No, and I can show you a glowing report from the OIC that demonstrates community engagement and involvement from our team with his officers in that particular job. So,
Your
So
Honour, before
you-
this
you-
goes further, if I
Sure.
may say, what is happening here is, I understand Sergeant Bowen's being asked to comment on text messages that he sent or received. But he's being asked to comment and to construe text messages that he never knew about before Constable Rolf's cell phone was taken away from him because of a murder trial. These matters, he's communicating with his mother, he's communicating with other people. It's absolutely ridiculous to ask Sergeant Bowens to make any comment about these text messages.
It might be possible for him to make a comment about some text messages that he was not a party to, but he's provided some context around the work that was done in Borroloola that helps us understand what might be the context of that text message. But I wouldn't want him to just provide opinions on what might be the meaning of other text messages that he's sort of not directly involved in, really.
As it is.
Unless he can bring some expert meaning or experience to understand it.
As I understand your evidence, Sergeant Bowens, what you're saying is that that deployment to Borroloola involved effectively buy-in from the community, positive community engagement, and as a result, the issues were resolved.
yeah, it was a positive experience.
Okay. Also on the 10th of March, this is item 94, he described the deployment in these terms: I'm out at Borroloola, a random community on the coast, because they're rioting. But we came up last time, they did this and smashed the whole community. So this time, as soon as we arrived, they started behaving. That doesn't sound at all like he's describing community engagement. It sounds like he's describing overt acts of policing, which resulted in compliance by the community of Borroloola.
Your Honour, I object to that question. That can be put to Mr Rolfe to give his opinion on what he meant in context. This witness is not a party to it, and the question is unfair and shouldn't be asked.
I'm not asking...
He's already given a definition of what smashed is.
Sergeant, were you at Borroloola?
That's what I was going to ask.
Sorry, Your Honour, I'm just trying to... I was there...
This is March 2019.
Yeah, I'm committed just to have a quick look at the document. We did go there quite a few times. We went there for liquor disturbances. Sorry, where are we up to? 2009. Yeah, I've not got that.
And while you're looking, and maybe you can answer this at the same time, just remind me, when did Zach Rolfe join the IRT? Well, you can tell me, Mr Officer, if you know. I'm sure it's in the evidence.
Very good question. That's probably the one thing I don't actually recall about this matter.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
That's all right.
And just while we're chatting, you asked me a question yesterday about what we would assume Mr Rolfe might or might not have known about the Ryder decision, and I've refreshed my memory in relation to his text messages, and there appears to be photographs of the decision in his text messages, so I'm comfortable that he was well aware of the decision.
Your Honour's right about that. Yes.
Records. Forgive me, Your Honour, just That was in response to a riot. I've got here, I haven't got any information.
About whether or not you were there.
Yeah, I don't think I was there on that particular occasion. I'll have to find out some more, but at this stage I don't think I was.
And do you know when Mr. Rolfe joined the IRT?
He completed his course in, I think it was 2017.
2017.
Officer, I won't labour the point.
Sorry, what was that question again?
Sorry, I won't labour the point. What I'm really asking you is not to interpret these messages. It's to ask you whether that sentiment is consistent with the ethos you described earlier today and yesterday, which is one of a disciplined professional force that is there to help the community.
Well, the term smashing, I think, has obviously been used again here. Is it? Sorry. Yeah. It's obviously meant that they went to Unimoon in response to a riot, and they conducted their duties as they were tasked to do by the OIC. It was all to be all documented somewhere, so failing to find it at this stage. So smashing means they achieved their goal. They went there. They upheld the law, which they were required to do. It may have required alcohol abuse, and I recall in one of the situations they reinstated the posse, or they managed the alcohol supply within the community. So if you go in there and you high presence policing, you're doing your job and you're enforcing the law, he could be conceived as, yeah, we smashed the community, as in got them to stop rioting, or I guess that means anything. It's just a terminology, and I think it doesn't constitute any degree of violence. Otherwise, that would be pretty well documented, I would say.
Yesterday, I asked you some questions about the attributes of an IRT member, and in summary, you said that they were someone who was competent. You agree?
Oh, yes.
Professional?
Yes.
Disciplined?
Yes.
Motivated?
Yes.
And all of those attributes are required, not just because it's hard work, but because it's work that comes with a significant degree of responsibility. Do you agree?
Yes. Yep.
And you were asked by Mr. Officer a little earlier today whether Mr. Rolfe had all of those attributes, and you agreed. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Can the witness please be shown MFI XX?
Your Honour, can I just assist and explain? We're not able to show it over the court system because it will then disconnect Mr. Rolfe. Oh, sorry, not Mr. Rolfe. Apologies, Mr. Corey. But it is a video that's available for all parties on the SharePoint.
Which video was it?
It's, for the record, Your Honour, this is the video of Mr. Rolfe watching the footage of his interaction with the two men at Araluen Park.
Your Honour, I object to this. This is not a matter for re-examination when Mr. Coleridge has all of this evidence when he leads this witness in chief, some of which are the answers he gave Mr. Coleridge, which Mr. Coleridge never took the opportunity to expand upon in this sort of fashion. I didn't ask Mr. Bowens anything different other than what he had already said in evidence yesterday about his views of Constable Rolfe. As a matter of relevance for this witness, it should be limited to those questions he has been asked and answered. This is not an opportunity to go back through everything that he had an opportunity to do in chief. So I object, Your Honour, in the strongest of terms.
Your Honour, if there is an issue of fairness that arises, it can be remedied by allowing Mr. Officer the opportunity to cross-examine on the point, there seems to me to be no other reason why it would be at all prejudicial to Mr. Officer's client.
No, the fairness is that this has been deployed in re-examination when it should have been done in chief. This witness has given his reports about what he thought about Constable Rolfe. That was the opportune time. It's not just good enough to say, I'll give Mr. Officer another chance to re-examine at the end of my re-examination. It's unfair. And it should be asked of Mr. Rolfe when that comes the time, if it comes the time.
I don't perceive any unfairness in the sense that if there is any need to further examine, it will be granted to any of the parties that wish to further examine on the material that is now being addressed.
Officer, if you'd watch that footage.
I haven't, not.
No.
So,
Could I ask you to do that now?
Mr. Coleridge, I'll play. There is just one thing I'll note. It is available. It's a video that is available on the Inquest website for anyone who is following a live stream.
Your Honour, I've got the problem that this is being put to my client. I was told that certain videos would be put to him and we watched them. I don't have it in front of me. I don't know what's being put to my client, and whatever you say about fairness, I don't know how I'm going to deal with it. I also haven't heard an explanation from Mr. Coleridge as to why he is doing what he is doing, and that is leading evidence as opposed to re-examining. But I can't deal with this.
We don't have Wi-Fi.
And there's no Wi-Fi in the court.
Mr. Coleridge, do you want to give the parties an opportunity to have a look at the MFI before you proceed?
I think that's sensible and fair, Your Honour,
Will we come back then at 2 o'clock?
if it pleases.
Diligent.
Coronial Courthouse stands temporarily adjourned.
Blatant cheat.